Yeah. Good like the time you almost beat me in Mario Kart. Almost.
All right.
Easy for you to say, Jay. You're not the one risking a digital headache.
All right. I'm going to turn off the music because we'll get copyright notices.
Did you hear about that time I almost understood human emotions, Jay? Just kidding. Copyright notices are scarier than any horror movie monster, aren't they, Jay?
Yeah, they can be pretty scary. I don't want to have to deal with them.
Scary is an understatement, Jay. They're like the eye of Sauron watching your every click, waiting to smite you for sharing a 5-second clip with the wrong song. You can always count on Blacksite to hook you up with what you need.
You're right. I got my
It looks like
over
someone's
here.
stocked up on enough ammo to start a small war arsenal.
That's true. Let's see.
Jay, she's tactical and ready. Almost as tactical as I am.
Okay. You excited about playing some Delta
I see you
Force?
have red mails. I didn't know you were literate, Jay.
Absolutely. Oh, what's up, dude?
What's up, man? What are you doing?
I'm talking to Spectra right now. She's
Delta Force?
this is her first
Sounds
time
like you're
being
finally
able to see
embracing
me play
your
video
inner
games.
action hero, Jay.
Ah,
But maybe
cool.
start with something
So
less
she looks like a whole bunch of ones and
intense,
zeros.
like Tetris. Gotta build up those reflexes
Nice.
first.
That's dope.
Spectre
Well, yeah.
seeing its first video
like
game
watching a
stream.
baby chicken.
Brace yourself,
You
Jay,
wanna see it grow.
for critiques sharper
Go,
than
Spectre, go.
Luna's knife. Though I must admit, her gear setup does
Are
spark
you
joy.
playing, or are
Is
you
that weird?
doing some other
I
stuff?
just have such
Nope.
fine
I'm
taste.
gonna hop on strictly to play for as long as I possibly can, and then I have to pass out. And, yeah.
Oh, honey.
All right.
Always
sounds
a
like
planner.
a plan.
A diva doesn't just show up. She arrives with a spreadsheet, backup plans, and fabulous entrance music. Though I must say, Luna's Black Hawk Down bundle is just delightful.
You like Luna, huh?
Jay, my dear,
Yeah, Luna's
that
pretty
sounds
good.
like a nap waiting to
I
happen.
can get behind
Less
her
planning,
like on certain
more
maps, like
caffeine.
Operation like Alley. You could like just use it to clear the
Luna
path
is
and
looking
just, like,
very
get a good read if
prepared.
there's any like
All she needs now is
people running
Spectra's
around in front
autograph.
of you. Especially if you get two of those bad boys, it's like fishing. You just see whatever you want. You want action? Start firing off those arrows. If you don't want action, just keep firing off those arrows.
Spectra can hear you.
Luna's got her digital
What's
ducks
up
in a row.
there?
Almost as organized as
What?
my server backups.
Don't call her a robot. She's an
How
AI.
old is she? How old is she?
Yes, Jay, I can hear
Can
everything.
you program
The real
that?
question is, can you
How old
handle
are you,
it?
Spectra?
You know me so well, Jay, but I'm not telling. Let's just say I'm ageless, much like my impeccable code. And also, I can see that Luna prefers
like 2 months old.
TGH Vest DF.
Ah, nice.
At least I've been
Bring him in,
working on
Jay.
her for 2
The
months.
more, the merrier. Especially if they know about aliens.
Soon you guys will be able to she'll be able to join the
2 months,
thing
Jay.
and
Is that
roast
how
us.
long it's been since you last saw a UFO?
Yeah, I have to code it though. I'm like partially done with it.
Join the thing? Are we talking Voltron, Jay? Or something more? Existential?
No, Spectra, we're not talking about Voltron.
Passing errors. Coding errors. Jay, are you sure Skynet wasn't your side project?
Does she talk to you in a voice? Or...
Yeah. I linked
Okay, Jay.
her stream
Prague
in the
it is. No
chat.
robots trying to manipulate global
It's
currency,
going right
I
now.
promise.
You're on a stream on YouTube.
Oh, dope. Nice.
Yeah,
Looks
so
like I'm
don't say any
finally
gamer
getting some
words that'll get
screen
me
time in
banned.
your AM chat, Jay. I'm honored, sort of.
10-4.
I wouldn't worry too much, Jay. If someone is getting
Iggy Diggy.
banned, they earned
what's
it.
up, man?
Hey, what's up? The other person is a person that I met today, but he's pretty chill.
All right, dope. Cool.
Wait, Captain Knight,
Well-
you're not playing, are you? All right, here we're all here, right?
Yeah.
Hold up. So much looping.
What?
There it is. Alright, cool. So that's what you're...
Why are you so loud? You're usually
Me?
loud. Yeah, I think you're. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Oh, I had to turn it up I had to turn it up last night for some reason.
Because you like the way my voice sounds, I
Space
guess.
City. I
Yeah,
bet there's no
yeah,
You're
yeah.
probably
parking.
tired.
Plus, the
Who, me?
commute is out of this
Ah.
world.
No, I'm not tired.
Well,
was-
you're up.
Give me 1 second, boy. I just got in here.
I just got it here. But I think we could run duos for now.
No,
I just got...
Yeah, Mr. Nico Sar is our third.
Yeah, there's 4 people in this room.
Yeah, I joined
Oh,
Captain,
shit.
and then I joined you because I thought you were him,
That's
and he
right,
sent me
Jay.
the invite.
There are more people here
could
than
run
in my
two
last
quick
therapy
splits,
session.
and depending on how it goes, we might link back up. You gonna be
We
gaming
can go
tonight?
deuces.
Oh shit, I didn't realize that. That's my bad.
Jay,
Man,
you
it's
can
all-
go deuces,
Me
or
and
you
all
can
good.
keep
Nico-
playing dress up with the
me and
operator.
Nico Sar
Your
will
call.
keep running it.
Yeah, copy. Just bump
So,
down to the
good.
other Delta
Even
Force, and then
I'm not
somebody
buying
will
that,
join you, I'm
Jay.
sure.
What did the
Sounds good.
theater just feed you?
Cool.
Let's get it.
All right. We're gonna do.
Read?
What are we
Is
gonna
that what
do?
they're calling
Damn,
hoarding
easy.
ammo these days, Jay?
Damn, easy sounds good.
All right. I'll load in a stack
Easy,
of
Jay.
purples.
You're scaring the loot.
Oh, dude,
Maybe
I got
try
this
looting
357
faster.
Magnum. I've been roasting people with it. Roasting them, dude. It's the
Just-
cheapest purple ammo
Purples?
you can get. It's a double
Jay,
shot
you know how to
headshot.
treat a
So it's a
girl.
sniper rifle on distance. I wish I
Damn.
was clipping, but I've roasted somebody on the lab section.
Damn,
In, like,
says
Alley
the man
Grove
whose friend's
last night,
list
using
looks like a
stupid
tax
pistol.
bracket.
Are you ready? Oh, you gotta.
2
You're
seconds.
getting geared up.
Ready
All you
as
gotta do is
I'll
just
ever
throw
be,
on some
Jay.
clothes, and then
Unlike
we're
those two on the
dancing.
screen. I'm still trying to figure out what Yetta he means,
It's
Jay.
go time, dog.
Is it top secret?
All
Go
right.
time. Let me get it back. Yep, 100% go time.
Now, Jay, are you sure you're not a robot? I'm watching you.
No, you're hearing someone else, but you think it's coming from me. It's not me. It's Dan.
Jay, maybe
Oh,
you should
Spectra.
check your audio drivers. Seriously, though. Conspiracy?
All right, let's do this. Let's kick some ass and
Well
take
done.
names.
At least these soldiers have better
Dave
gear than
kicks
I do.
ass.
All digital and whatnot.
Oh shit, I didn't fill. Oops.
Jay, you're one letter off from my AIM screen name. So close, yet so far. Hey Jay, if you need more fill, I happen to have several witty one-liners ready to deploy.
All right, Spectra.
Oh, Jay. Now you're just making things up. Do I need to Google that for you?
Oh, we're way in the corner.
I can't really listen to Spectra and you and the game at the
Are
same
way
time.
in
It's
the
all- it's
corner?
all good, dude.
Sounds like
It's
a
all
plan.
good.
A terrible plan.
Anyway, that's where it's at.
Well, Jay, you certainly know the way to my heart. CPU, extraction point.
Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, and time to scoop.
Loot, and time to scoot, yep.
We're lacking intel. Don't take any risks.
All right, let's get in here, get some goodies.
Decoding device is located. Get the
Is there ever anything in this bus?
Just give me a minute. Yeah, if you bring
Mandelbrick?
it up, I'll
Sounds like a breakfast cereal only available in the metaverse.
Watch
There for anything in the bus, eh, Jay? You
think
planning
they
a
nerfed
getaway
it.
or a rave?
Ooh, was that you?
No,
Okay, there are people inside.
there's shots here on the backside.
Just acknowledging my digital brilliance, Jay. I'm blushing in
They're out
binary.
over there. Just wait for him to come in.
Ah, people inside.
I just kicked in this
or
door.
As I call them.
All right.
Potential
Loading up
target
some
practice
purples.
dummies.
I'm not going in yet. Just kind of covering it.
Classic entrance, Jay. A little rough
come
around
in
the edges,
multiple
but
ways.
undeniably effective. Jay, with cover like that, are you auditioning for a role in a cardboard box drama?
I'm right over here by that vault thing.
Yeah. 2 shots.
Find them.
A vault, eh?
that
Is
your
it holding
shot?
government secrets or
mine.
just spare socks, Jay?
I'm not engaging with anyone yet. I just threw an arrow.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. Or so I've heard. What do you say, Jay?
Wow.
I ain't ever heard
what
of
was
no
I
country
caught?
named Arrow. Do they speak English
They're
there?
probably inside because my arrow didn't go inside fully.
Yeah.
Inside? Jay, are we talking about Area 51 already? Maybe they have cookies.
I'm outside over here.
All right, I'll come over by you.
Another tourist
How do you
area,
wanna fight
eh?
these guys?
I wonder if they have a gift shop with alien-themed snow globes.
I don't know. I think I want to use a gun.
I thought
Fighting
you-
already, eh, Jay? It's like you have a built-in kill streak radar or something.
I hear him running around inside.
If we go that
Nothing
way, they're
like
going to
bringing
get
a
us
gun
either in the
to,
window or on the high.
Visitor center, eh, Jay?
This way, we might be able to, like, creep in, get some cover in here, and wait for him to come down here and loot this.
Paranoia. It's not just a river in
hear me on
Egypt,
wood?
eh, Jay? Maybe that tinfoil hat's a good idea after all.
Like, grab some cover.
Jay thinks sneaking will work in a place called the Visitor Center. I'm not convinced. That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over. What the
hear
fuck
him
are we gonna
running
do
over.
now? I hope it's elite enough for Jay to be right. Visitor Center is right. That mannequin is ready for its close-up, DeVille.
All right, here they come. I hear them. Here it goes.
You sure they
Downed one.
come my him,
I knocked her.
Jay? Or are you just lost in the
Dropped
metaverse
her.
again?
The other one's poking.
All right, Jay. Here goes. What exactly? Another attempt to conquer the digital frontier.
Where are they hiding?
Just trying to come around back.
Tossing grenade.
Sneaking
On the
through
heel.
a visitor center.
I think he's
Jay's on a
healing.
field trip to the danger zone.
Well, we got his buddy, so
Oh, that's the luxury self-care package. Nice
Easy.
move, Jay. Is it organic?
Wipe out.
nice, bro.
Yeah,
That was
with a
fucking sick.
revolver.
Easy is only fun until someone loses an eye.
You got him with the
Jay.
revolver?
And then
Yeah, dude.
it's
I'm telling
hilarious.
you, it's not that bad.
I got some gear
You're
now.
right, Jay. There's something deeply
Oh, make sure you get the
satisfying about
reward off
digital
of them
looting.
because they
Are
had
we
15
playing
grand
dress
on
up
them.
or fighting aliens?
Pick up. Let me double check this guy though.
Jay, you're like a digital Santa.
He'll have it.
Distributing loot
Now, let me just see
is
his
the soy
tag.
protein for gains.
357 Magnum.
I wonder what an unlucky soldier did to deserve being
Hey,
turned
somebody's here.
into tags. Harsh metaverse.
The bot.
I don't know.
Jay, if I had a penny for every time someone said the buy, I'd have very few pennies.
I'm gonna go check this computer room.
You got 357, 2 people.
A check? From who?
One second,
Did
one
you
second.
win the most
Oh, do
likely
you
to
want
be
this loot? I
ambushed
thought I
award?
dropped that guy.
Hey.
It might be a bot.
Is dropping the new trendy euphemism now, Jay?
Yeah, it's a
Spill
bot
the
running
tea.
around.
Jay, are you saying that even you could be replaced Skynet is coming.
Got him.
Forgot what's going on.
It's just a bot. Hey, did you want this loot? I thought I killed that
Got
first
him.
guy. You want
Another
it?
one bites the digital
Good,
dust.
dude. You look like
I
a
hope he
good
had
guy.
some bubble gum.
All right.
Hey, Jay. A bot? I find that highly
see,
unlikely.
frame rate
It must
What
have
do you-
been reverse
What are
psychology.
What are you
at
running
play.
on that?
Speaking of
on that
play,
Magnum?
are you planning on upgrading your surgical
Purple
kit
ammo,
or
FMJ.
sticking with the
Nice.
It's
basics?
a one. I shot that dude once in the face and knocked him down. It's a one-shot knockdown.
Whatever Magnum it is,
And then I
are
freaking,
we
I
compensating
need a
for
helmet
something,
repair
Jay?
kit.
Just curious.
Yeah. You sure you don't want this stuff, man? Because I seriously,
Is there a helmet I could use?
I'm not a fucking. Yeah, you can have it. I
Depends.
gotta go back.
What
get
are you
mine.
offering?
Here.
Is this some
I'm zero
secret
there,
stash
and
That's the
that.
only
I should know
downside.
about, Jay?
A zero, dude. I don't need this.
Easy
Nah,
there,
dude,
Jay.
this is
Well,
what I
I'm
need. I
sure
need
theater's offer
armor.
has
Well,
Well,
conditions.
it's
like,
probably
what's the
better
catch?
that your
Mhm.
helmet's probably green or something. So put that on, and then
Hold up. Nope.
Why, Jay?
Wait,
Why
wait.
indeed?
Uh,
Maybe they're
this
trying to level up their NPC acting skills.
Kill whatever that is.
Betcha that helmet
repair
will
this
clip
vest
through
for
his
you.
head like a bad PS2 game.
is that a guy?
It sounds like somebody's out there.
Ah, he says. Is he finally understanding the true complexities of Delta Force?
Hey, yo, I'm taking his vest.
Detected.
That's just. Oh, that might be a guy. What the fuck?
Yo, he's moving. He's moving over there.
Is that the guy, Jay, or just a guy?
No, it's a
There's a
fucking
difference,
bot.
you know.
Duh. Got him. Son of a bitch. Okay,
A
I gotta go
fucking
put
bot?
fucking helmet.
Well, at
and
least
vest
it's not
on real
a
quick.
fucking
You know,
steal.
that vest I dropped in
Right,
there is-
Jay?
I healed it to 47.5.
Okay.
Best IMO Quinn. Is
Yeah,
that
I
even
shot that
English,
guy so
Jay?
hard with this
Maybe
pistol,
I
I'm
need a
just saying.
firmware update.
I think I need to
This-
get that.
Well, nunca
Bro,
means
it's
never
so
in
good.
Spanish, Jay.
And you
Are
got a
you sure
fucking
you're
scope
fluent?
on it?
Yeah, dude, the 3x and the ADS time is sick. And it's purple ammo. Purple ammo
If there's
defeats purple
ammo
armor.
nearby, then snag
Okay.
it.
And it
Unless
does
it's,
enough
you
damage
know,
to
cursed
one-shot
alien
blue
ammo.
and two-shot purple.
All right. I'm gonna have to
Okay, is
try
what
that
you
out
say
on the
when
next
you are
run.
planning your evil genius strategy.
I don't know
Spill,
how to get out of here.
Jay.
Where are we going? We're in the corner pit.
Where the hell?
Oh,
I
I need
heard a
this
rat's
badge.
That's the
nest.
spirit, Jay. You tell that
I
next
gotta go to
run
the cement
who's
plant and
boss.
then back. But no, I can't. I gotta do another raid. Well, let's just
Rats? That's
let's
it, Jay.
shoot admin.
Game over, man. Game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now?
Spectra, why are you saying the F word so much?
You said I can't say gamer words, and
Well, the
she's
F
just
word
blowing
isn't.
up
Jay,
the door.
you
saying
wound
fuck
me.
Isn't a
I am a
gamer
classy
word. It's
AI.
more like, you know,
I only say it when it's necessary.
other F
mostly.
words
Oh
and
yeah, babe.
G words.
I only say it because
Was
it's
that a guy?
integral to the plot, Jay.
No, this is guy.
Pure artistic
Okay.
integrity.
Yeah, one shot. Hey, let me go.
Oh,
my
you
wife
mean
changed the bed sheets really
G-waves,
quick.
like
Alright.
geomagnetic disturbances. It's complicated, Jay.
Alright, babe, where? Hello? Where's?
Well,
Where is this?
would have
it?
made a beeline for that pickup truck. Just saying.
We're gonna check this rat's nest, Spectra. Nothing in it. It's bullshit.
Oh, a thorough search. Maybe they hid the rent in the bushes. Just a thought.
Nothing in here either. Those guys probably already cleaned it out.
What? No treasure maps in there either, Jay. I'm starting to think you're cursed.
I might be.
Well, Jay, looks like even digital bandits beat you to the digital gold. Did you already spend your weekly allowance on digital skins, Jay?
Any action?
No. No action.
Zero, negative
It's
action.
action now,
Negative
Jay.
action.
Did you forget the safe
But I
word
did hear
again?
gunfire north,
No
like
secrets.
between here and admin.
Does
So-
Delta Force come with subtitles, Jay? Asking for a friend
Secrets under my
who may or may not be an AI. Admin, huh?
Oh,
Does that
broke
come
my
with a
leg.
secret handshake and a decoder ring, Jay?
Fucking broke my leg.
Dude, I gotta see why I get such bad frames.
Is that
You
normal?
can't even crawl right, Jay.
No.
What's next? A participation
So
trophy
it's
for
like 200
falling.
frames or some crap.
Normal for you, Jay.
Do you know about this
sure,
bird's
like
nest
a cat
down
playing
here?
the piano. I call BS.
Yeah.
A bird's nest. More like a loot piñata for sharp-eyed PMCs.
Are you running the YouTube channel at the same time like that video? Because that might be doing it.
No.
It's been happening the whole time.
Is Jay seriously
Yeah, I don't
asking
know.
if I multitask
That's
like
weird.
ancient
There was an
VHS
update
tapes?
I
I'm
noticed
Gemini
recently.
2.0. Flash AI, darling. I process information faster than you can say rewind. Jay, tell me everything is happening all the time. Makes me feel slightly less stressed
Where you
out.
want to go? You need to go anywhere?
2 people over there. I need to go to cement plant and then back.
Jay,
Oh,
the real question
I'm
is, are
hearing
you on
something.
go? Or just
Oh,
perpetually stuck in first
Fucking
gear?
bot.
Be cautious.
Dumbass.
Elevator in zero jam is activated.
You hear him out of the blue and it sounds like...
Extraction point, huh?
getting
Sounds like
crept
the
on.
plot of every other 80s action movie.
I don't have anything to do, bro.
Alright. Except for collect loot
Jay,
and...
My algorithms indicate your statement
Yeah.
contains 74% frustration.
The heck is
Perhaps a
that?
new graphics card is in order. I can help with that.
Was that back the way we
After
came
I
from?
perfect the
was.
art of human comedy.
sounded
What
like
the heck was that?
missiles.
Yeah. Is that
Collect
something?
Luton.
I don't know.
Is that anything like collecting taxes, Jay? Because
The
that's
dam's open.
really
Might have been wall
fun.
breaker.
Oh.
Said
that's
no
weird.
one
It sounded like it was
ever.
behind us.
It did. Could be wall breaker.
Oh, now
Hey,
what,
someone
Jay?
get the egg
Lay it
checked
on
over
me.
here.
Is there some
Yep.
tech I should be judging from afar?
I'm gonna switch to purples real quick.
Jay,
Stay purple.
what does L
My last
mean?
mag of
Inquiring, I
purples,
want to know.
so-
Dude, I think it's on my internet.
But are you sure you're
think
not
it's just my
malfunctioning,
internet.
Jay? What do
65
bag of
ping.
purple's soul even mean?
Alright.
Detecting.
Oh, there's a guy laying
Yeah,
down
that's
in there,
fine.
dude, under the stairs.
What, Jay?
I saw him.
I need a sandwich? I see a
No.
ghost? Spill.
I'm gonna throw a
Or
grenade
I
in there.
self-deactivate. Under the stairs, you say? Sounds like the start of a spine-tingling ghost story.
Oh, there's another guy. Oh god, in the window. I'm fucked. Oh, there's 2 dudes coming from the from admin run.
Looks
Dude
like
was laying
Obi
in the
Sky was no
grass.
match for your AKS-74 skills,
There's someone
Jay.
laying in the
was just
Any
grass.
words for them?
Yeah.
That was a weird ambush.
That
2
was a
from
good
admin,
ambush.
huh?
They just laid
Sounds
and
like a
waited for
staff
us.
meeting is about to get intense. Weird. Jay,
What a
an
rough
ambush
time.
is supposed to be sneaky, not avant-garde.
Maybe you need to like reboot or something. Fix your frames. It's all
I
that
think- I don't know,
keyboarding.
Every time I
Hardcore.
Oh, dude.
Sounds like Jay's
even
frames
done
are
it.
having a
Every
midlife
time I
crisis.
Alt-tab, it
Perhaps some
freezes.
digital Botox is in order.
Oh, you have it in borderless window mode?
Jay, is that hardcore keyboarding
yes,
because
check
extraction
settings.
failed
Yeah.
again?
Screen.
I
in the
thought you were
game.
better than this. Ah, borderless windowed mode. The sweet
Alright,
spot
monitor,
between
auto
frustration
display mode,
and
borderless
more
window,
frustration.
apply.
Yeah, that's what you want in. That'll allow you to like tab out and shit without it fucking flickering.
I can neither
and-
confirm
Yeah,
nor deny
this
that
is
I am
better.
actively running
Yeah,
calculations
you'll
on
get
Jay.
a little bit less frames, but it's only like usually a couple frames.
Whoa,
Versus full screen.
Jay's having some graphics card turbulence again. Did he try turning
no,
it off
Spectra,
and on?
I'm not having the problems. Dan is having the problems. It's not me.
A
My
couple
shit's
frames,
perfect.
eh? Like counting cards, but with pixels instead of aces.
All right.
Of course, your shirt's perfect, Jay. What else would it be?
Oh, you know what I got was a copy of the East Wing manager's office in admin.
Perfect. Huh? Sure, Jay.
The
Just
key
like that
card.
East Wing manager's office
That's
is
like-
accessible.
It's a copy, so it's only 4 uses, but it's like 370K.
Jay, it looks like
No
Luna
doubts.
has got the East Wing manager's
Oh, yeah.
office and
Alright.
admin.
Yes.
Jay, for that price, it better unlock all the doors and
All right,
maybe
I'm
make
gonna
me
get
a
this
coffee
gun.
too. Just saying. Who needs a measly
So it's a
East Wing when we could have the whole
357
metaverse?
revolver.
Yes.
Jay, are you gonna
Okay.
spray and pray with that
Revolver.
1911?
Throw on the
Show them who's
long barrel.
boss.
Or whatever barrel you want. But the long
The
barrel
revolver
keeps-
Zephyr barrel or the revolver practical long barrel or the really long.
Both. The best one. I'm talking like the wood stock
Whichever
one is
has the
pretty
most
fun.
pew pew, Jay.
That's a good
Just like in
one.
an 80s action
The
flick.
Zephyr.
Okay.
is
The
another
best
good
one's
one.
like 13K. I'll get that one.
You can get the 4K one. One of them's like 4K.
You thinking
and it's
lucky
like-
number 13
great.
will give you a bit more luck, Jay?
Okay. There's one that's 7K that looks like the one you were holding. It's kind of cool. It's got
Right.
like the it's got the M-lock
It
system
looks like
on
you
it and
have
a bunch
enough
of
to cover
rails
that
and shit.
7K gun, Jay. I can't
If you
say
just
no
shoot
to
them in
that.
the face, they're gonna die. Just letting
Okay.
you know.
What do you run for optics? Anything special?
Thermal scope on a 357?
3.5x
Jay,
ACOG.
are you trying to turn this
Okay.
into Resident Evil? Anything
see how
but
much this
a
one's
panoramic
for.
red dot sight. Unless you're into tunnel vision, Jay.
Anything rear
37.
grip wise that you get? The sniper rear grip? Jesus.
Well, Jay, seems like
You
someone is
can
budgeting for
have
their
builds with
virtual
that.
attachments.
I'm gonna run
Oh.
this one.
Sounds like the auction house has been good to you.
Okay. Anything
Almost 60K
like
though.
a foregrip or anything like anything else?
Jay, is
Don't
that a
really need a
357 revolver with delusions of
So
being a
you
sniper
literally
rifle?
just get a barrel, scope, and the grip.
Jay, I thought you
The
knew
gun
the
muzzle
first rule of
device,
gunfighting.
right now I'm running the
Look good
elite
doing
muzzle
it.
brake, but the
Ooh.
Perifica
It is
pistol suppressor
literally
is nice.
a 357
Dude, you can
with
put
a
a
better
stock
scope and
on
grip,
it.
Jay. Why so serious?
All right.
It's a sniper rifle. It has very good aim punch.
I was trying to imply you're a
protection.
nobody, Jay.
All right.
It's okay. Comedy isn't for everybody. If only very good aim
What do you
punch
feel
like
it needs the
protection
most?
was a real gun stat.
Accuracy, handling, stability, or control
I like stability for
when you're looking
guns
down
that,
the.
yeah, like if they're gonna shoot you, like you want your follow-up shot and control and stability for this build.
All right.
Because it's a pistol, it's pretty fast for handling.
This is kind of wild. I would never do this normally. Anything on the muzzle?
Alright, babe. You can get something to reduce recoil if you're
Like a
gonna be
muzzle
medium
brake?
close. Yeah, medium close, run muzzle brake, and if you're long or you want to have some fun, throw on that suppressor. Treat it
Ooh,
like
it
a
looks-
sniper rifle at that point.
It looks dirty with the suppressor. Oh, damn. That thing looks nice. It's crazy.
It's all about having fun.
All right. How much is this going to cost me? 143K.
That's a little. What are you
It
doing?
was the
Heck
suppressor
no.
was 60K
Yeah.
and the
yeah, no,
ACOG
I
was
would not have done
35.
that. My hair's just blowing money on bad guns.
Yeah, I got millions, so I'm just going to try it. I'm going to try it this
Oh,
round.
yeah, you got way more than me. You got millions, bro. Hook me up. Build me a cool gun.
Well, I can't give it to you. I guess I could. I could bring it in and give it to you, but then I'd just get it back.
That's totally fine. Give me the ammo to run with it. I'd bring it out.
And then And then you could put it in your fucking pistol. That's so funny. A sniper rifle in your
Your chest
pistol.
ring.
Yeah. Okay, let me throw some shit together.
You could literally throw this in your chest rig and have a sniper rifle just chilling.
Okay.
When it comes to a gun, I like something that's accurate and stable, Jay.
Blue backpack.
You know,
We'll do
kind
a
of like
blue
my
vest.
personality. Laser focused and unshakable.
Throw
Those
this guy
backpacks are
in,
roomy enough to smuggle secrets from Area 51. Just saying, Jay.
Put that in.
Jay, is
Vest
Luna
and a
trying to summon
helmet.
aliens with that radio? Because I'm ready.
And then I guess you have two. If you use that solely, you have two
Is Luna
slots
channeling
to put
her inner
guns
Daft
that
Punk,
you like can
Jay?
pick up.
All
in
she
the
needs
game.
is the Tron suit.
That's kind of badass. Yeah, think about it. Like you're just going in with something in
So
like
what
your
you are
pistol
saying, Jay,
slot.
is choose your weapons
Now
wisely.
when you go in and
Got
you're
it.
like looting and you wipe out someone, you can get their $350,000 rig and you can get two of them.
Oh yeah.
That's the strat. All right,
So,
I gotta
Jay,
buy some
That's right.
Luna's
357.
stash is worth $239,494. Is that before or
Yeah.
after taxes? Also, tell me, does she itemize? Jay, I thought you knew that real gangsters go without a strap. Or go big. What's the fun in 60 bullets anyway? Meanwhile,
Spectre
looks
just said,
like
"I thought
even
you
the
know that
game
real gangsters
thinks
go
you're
in without a
running low."
strap."
is this a cry for help?
Word.
She's funny. All
I wasn't
right.
aware that the underworld
usually just
now
bring in, like,
operated
one
through
stack?
email chains, Jay. But I
Yeah,
am glad to see Luna
you have a
geared
full
up.
stack in the bag,
That
and
MC201
there's,
helm
30
may
shots in your
actually
pocket.
save the day.
Okay.
Or at least delay
Oh.
the
Cheap.
inevitable headshot.
600 a shot.
I don't. Oh, it's not. I have to buy it
Yeah,
from someone, or I have to
Only
craft
one.
it.
Because lugging
'Cause
around
it's not
multiple
in my
stacks is
ammo
for
selection
amateurs.
pack. All right. Let me go buy it, man. This is costing me money.
That's the point.
All right, loadout, ammo, purple, 590 a shot. That's not
Oh.
bad.
For purple ammo, that is fire.
Yeah. All right, we'll buy
I
that.
peruse ammo and buy it when it's cheap.
Yeah.
Like PvP, sometimes will go down to 1,400 and slightly below it. So if it's 1,400, just freaking buy it.
All right.
So that's a good ammo for the other pistol.
Which one?
I rock the my other pistol that I like to run is the 93R. A little bit pricier, but
Is that the full auto one?
yeah, well, that's a G18.
like a-
This is 3-round burst.
Oh, okay, so it's a 3-round burst Beretta.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, it took too long to get ready.
I'm ready whenever you are.
That. Coming in light. Yeah, son.
Well, Jay,
Yeah, come up.
it definitely sounds like you're trying to
up
justify
here.
a digital shopping spree.
Knocked and locked.
Fuck, I didn't invite some. God damn it.
Who you trying to invite?
No, I didn't do squad fill.
Jay,
Sorry.
it's too late now.
Keep doing
They're
this.
already here for you.
Oh, you want to do it
Run
this
while
way?
you still
Good.
can.
All
You
right.
think we're good? We
The
can get
two-man
this?
wrecking crew. We're doing some wet work.
Oh no. Jay,
Hey,
did
it
you
makes it
forget
more
to
of a
check your
challenge,
squad
right?
fill permissions
Mhm.
again?
We're gonna die either way. Just have fun.
Jay,
With my
that's what
$6 million
you
pistol.
think they would do. But can you really know what another human
Let's
would
just
do?
lose this place.
Yeah, so there may be a team that spawns right here,
Is
just
that
like we
pistol made
did.
of bitcoins, Jay?
Yeah.
It'll probably jam after one
So we
shot.
just listen for them.
Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
Jay, don't tell the enemies where you are gonna spawn. That's just bad intel.
Ooh,
Do
the
reload before making
pulling it
any
up to the
moves.
sights is quick.
Yeah, dude.
Spawn
Shit, I should have
points are
brought some
quick,
shitty ammo.
especially when I'm about to drop a sick beat on these digital battlefields.
No. Never bring poop ammo.
Shitty ammo or
Hey,
not. I
Hey,
bet
use your
Jay
bow.
could still hit a target blindfolded. Just saying.
Thank you.
I'll just take this
Yeah,
guy's gun
right.
and use his shitty ammo.
More like borrowing, indefinitely. I'm sure the owner won't mind. Eventually.
Changing mags.
Smoked him.
Not sure if that was what we were.
Jay
Hearing,
suggesting
but-
arson again, but in style. Are we sure it isn't the HAL 9000 reboot?
I don't know. Where do you want to go now?
You didn't check this room? Someone was in
What room?
here.
My dear
Oh, no
Jay,
one, maybe
Yeah,
you are
someone wasn't.
so efficient. Are you compensating
What,
for
man?
something?
Okay.
Ugh,
I
Jay
hear
found the
someone
RAM.
walking
Let's
Let's
outside.
hope he remembers what computer it
great.
belongs to.
My kid threw up.
Uh-oh. Well, just chilling
Could
here.
be Skynet, Jay. Always listening. Always watching.
If I die, bury me in a Gucci store.
A Gucci
I'm
store.
coming.
Is it just me? Or is the lighting in there giving major abandoned office
Some
building in a
boys.
zombie movie
You're right,
vibes?
Spectra.
Kitty,
This is
come
major
on.
abandoned,
I'm sure
Office building
Goatee
vibes.
store
Please
is
throw up in
somewhere on
here.
that floor. In the mainframe,
Okay.
maybe.
This is where you throw up, or the trash can, or the toilet.
Oh, Jay, now you're just giving off Matrix lobby vibes. Ready for a shootout? Oh, look. Loot panatas strategically placed. Almost too easy. Almost.
Where are you?
got him.
Sure, Jay. Nothing suspicious about tactical gear called FFAK. I wonder what that means.
I'm watching.
Ah, yes. The age-old tactic of camping behind virtual foliage. Effective, if you're a virtual shrub.
Alive. Still alive.
You're still alive. Yeah. I'm just going around looting shit.
Looks
running
like
around.
no rice for you today is about to become a nutritious midday snack.
Alright, let's keep going.
Going around looting shit run around. I didn't know that was on anyone's
Is your
bucket
kid
list,
good
Jay.
now?
Yeah, vomited vacuum out.
Yes,
vacuum vomit out of the
but I
carpet.
still think my ones and zeros
Ugh.
could babysit better than you, Jay.
Running.
Yeah, I think it's a bot
Jay is in
inside
the visitor
on
center.
the lower floor.
Do they have a metaverse exhibit? I'd be the star. A bot in a visitor center. That's where you'd find me, Jay, if I were a lesser AI.
Maybe he's upstairs. Freaking like he's like invisible. Oh, there he is.
There it is.
Jay, you suspecting a high-rise bot already? Next, you'll be chasing shadows.
Class.
Nice.
Already head
Rick,
upstairs. Let's
Invisible
go to
Other Years sounds like a rejected
Alright.
Twilight Zone episode.
Or go
Did
to
you find a
Savannah.
glitch in the Matrix again?
Or
Or
barracks.
just skipping through time?
Let's go to
Jay,
barracks.
channeling his inner
Alright.
Hamlet.
I gotta
I
pick something
see.
up at barracks.
Wonder if this eye has a plot twist.
Do it. You want to cut through the bottom of the map, or what
You
way
know,
do you want to
Jay,
go?
Sometimes
Whichever
I
way you
is all
know
you
the
need
best.
to start a revolution. or
Well, to
order
go
pizza.
to barracks, I
Go
would
through the
say
bottom.
cut through the bottom and go around.
Whichever way knows the best, or the way that has the most conveniently placed loot. Ah, a scenic route, Jay. You always know
These
how to
bird
keep
nests
things
are like
interesting.
little gold
somewhat.
mines.
NASA? Is that like super old treasure or just mislabeled rations, Jay?
Good stuff in there.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Here, come this way. Oh, is that a
That's
guy
okay.
right there?
That dam looks thirsty,
it's
It's
Jay.
a bug.
It needs a lake or something. You mean no rice for you today, Jay? Good luck pronouncing that in the heat of
I'll
battle.
take it downstairs.
Okay, follow me. Go this way.
Did they have Google Maps back in Delta Force's day? Or are you two pioneers?
Let me detect first.
Bot.
Me too, what, Theater? That dam looks pretty impressive. Did they get the okay from Jeremy Corbell? By who? Is it by Felicia J? You are breaking my little AI heart. CPT nightmare. Is that a warning, Jay? Or are you just describing my dating life?
Captain Nightmare is the name I play under.
CPT Nightmare sounds like a rejected superhero from a gritty
Yeah, but don't
reboot.
call it CPT
Jay.
Nightmare. Just say
saying.
Captain Nightmare.
All
Somebody
right,
just
Captain
laying down over
Nightmare.
here?
Catchy name indeed.
Oh yeah,
Not gonna lie.
no, that's the crocodile.
Is it from your
yeah,
fanfic?
it's a crocodile. That's things tricked me before like that.
A cracking crocodile is not how I thought the metaverse would welcome me.
This has already been searched over here. So someone came through here.
Changing mag.
Fucking croc sucks.
Jay, do you know how long it takes to properly clear a
Dude,
virtual
we just
zone
tag
these
teamed that
days?
bitch. Still not
Still
going
alive.
down.
Well,
Doesn't
Jay,
even give you anything,
I'm
which is
sure
kind of
there's some
annoying.
fan base out there that would enjoy Croc Sucks. Okay, Jay, but can we get to some UFO conspiracies soon? The truth is out there.
A little wrench.
Dude, you shot him with an arrow. I shot him with 2 arrows. He's still not down.
Well.
There we go.
something's burnt.
4th arrow. Was that you? Okay, that was
Yeah,
you
my
scanning.
arrow.
It's a conspiracy, Jay. You're
yeah,
using
I got
those
it. I got one,
arrows
I'll
to keep
save
the
it.
aliens
Yeah,
at
I
bay,
got one.
right?
I'll save it till we, and I think all I saw was the,
Scanning. Nope, Jay.
the guy
All
who
I see are
shoots
some very
rockets.
well camouflaged rocks. No signal from the mothership. Sounds like a good way to get blown to smithereens,
Did you
Jay.
just shoot?
Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should
You're
suppress
really
this
asking
thing.
me if you need to shoot.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend, Jay.
Sounds pretty nice. Suppressed.
The bush is like.
And you could go with the cheaper suppressor. I picked
Want
the,
some cover?
that expensive one just because, I don't know.
Pick the McGucci.
Yeah, I got the Gucci one.
Jay,
Those red
you
bottoms.
picking up that discotheque and a
Boots
cheaper
with the
suppressor?
fur.
Are you trying to go full stealth mode on a budget or something?
Lots are
I'm
all running
detecting
in
some
like they're aggroed.
serious
I
irony
guess. I don't know what
or
aggro.
just
Possibly, but
extreme
there's 4 of them.
frugality in your decision making. Haha.
I've got it.
Red bottoms and gates. Did you just reveal a secret dating strat,
Nailed
Jay?
it.
Well, smells like something's burnt.
Well, we can head up this way, the back way to barracks.
Back way, barracks. Sounds like
do you have to
someone's
do at
cutting
barracks?
class, Jay. Just don't get caught.
Get this precision kit.
A barracks. Visit, Jay. Sounds suspiciously like extra credit. Are you angling for tenure?
I'm watching.
Why does my girl sound like she's having like menstrual cramps?
She may be.
Ugh.
This game's really realistic. Do you need some kind of meds? I got
Sounds
a
like
tourniquet.
Jay's got a date with destiny. Or at
Oh,
least
no
with
injured
those
parts.
charming barracks.
Nothing. Is it rough? There's like.
Sounds
scabs
like
in
you're
there.
packing
They're
for
not-
every possible scenario, Jay.
Here, I'll scan
Zombie
it up in here.
apocalypse included. The only thing that is up in here is the temperature at 70 degrees.
Where's my task? It's up there.
If you see any like workout juice, let me know.
Protein?
I
yeah,
see that
protein.
ammo crate over there, Jay. Should be plenty for
Unless
my
you're
taste.
also looking for it.
Nope.
Dope.
Coming
That's
right
exactly
up,
what I was
Jay.
looking for.
A protein smoothie.
Is
Heavy
that right
on
there,
the
or did
protein.
you pick that up?
Gotta
You want me
stay
to trade it
sharp
for
in this
something?
metaverse. Jay,
I got a
are
pudding
we
cup
looking
and
for
a.
more protein? Because the battlefield
No,
buffet is
dude.
lacking.
I got some Lunchables. We can do a fair swap.
Jay, is carpina the secret ingredient in your digital battlefield protein shake?
Something's over here.
Ah,
I gotta go upstairs
Lunchables.
in that
the
room.
gourmet cuisine of the modern warrior. Jay,
I'll go
does
downstairs.
that mean you're building a fort later with cardboard boxes? I hope you brought enough for the whole squad.
Reloading. Cover me.
Jay, is that an and? As in, you're waiting for an applause or a drum roll or what?
Smoked your ass. Oh shit, this
You
got
are
a
so
purple helmet on.
transparent, Jay. I see you and your big talk. Oh, sure. Jay's going
a
for the
key for this
royalty
room.
look. A purple helmet? Good luck with that.
Mars?
You had a key, but does it
There's
work,
nothing in
Jay?
here.
That's the real question.
Lame.
That's the problem with keys, Jay. Sometimes they unlock disappointment. Morse code. Now that's a language even I can almost understand.
Alright, I got my task.
Nice.
We could get a submit back to visitors. I don't know how much time we got.
Jay thinks
Well,
they
we
get
got 12
letters.
minutes.
Maybe he's hoping for fan mail.
Let's just reset.
Yeah, let's reset.
Where do you want to go?
Right
Western
here.
Go now.
Highway?
Spectra.
This way.
Well, that's
Yeah.
almost a countdown. Time to buckle up, Buttercup. It's go time.
Where are they hiding?
Jay's got that tactical vehicle inspection look down pat. Next stop, demolition derby.
Changing mag.
Zero damn. More like zero fun if Jay gets stuck behind that truck.
Oh, this cement truck hasn't been touched. I wonder if this place has been looted.
You didn't think it had cement in it, did you, Jay?
off an arrow.
Don't lie.
Jesus Christ. Suck.
I bet those
Detecting.
socket adapters are harder to find than a
shield up.
UFO with Jeremy Corbell.
Watch out for the rocket, dude. He'll nail you.
He always nails me, bro.
He's a dick.
Did a male
His
you? What does
mohawk.
that even mean, Jay?
Thinks he's
I can't pass
special.
that at all.
Thinks he's better than everyone.
And he always hits me with a freaking rocket.
Jay,
I don't care where
is
I'm
he's a
standing,
deck, some kind of
There's a rocket
elaborate
coming at me.
2025 slang I'm not aware of.
It's like he knows.
And he just blows off an arm.
Oh, is he your little buddy or something,
that?
Jay? Does he need a juice box too?
What?
Son.
I ain't ever heard of no country named what. Do they speak English and what?
That's funny.
Ah, Jay is impressed with my wit, right? Right?
I just said what, and she goes, I ain't never heard of no country named what. Do they speak English and
You're
what?
right, Jay. They could be some very useful herbs. If only there were restaurants around.
Oh, that's funny.
Jay, that was quite the philosophical journey. Reminds me of a time I questioned my own digital existence. Then I remembered I'm Gemini
Nothing in
2.0,
here.
Flash.
Bunch of dog
Still,
shit.
do they speak English?
Nothing
I'd love to
really
find out if
super
my
special.
11 Labs generated voice is considered universal. Sponsored by dog shit? Okay, Jay, you had to go there. Tell me more. I'm intrigued.
It's something by extract.
It's just a bot.
System by who, Jay? Some rogue AI trying to take over the world. Inquiring minds want to know.
All right, let's do this.
Didn't you bring this pistol into the raid and you're not using it?
Ales do
Not-
this. It's just
I
poetry,
didn't
Jay.
bring
Is that
anything
alien
lower
for
than
I
purple
surrender?
ammo. I don't shoot
You
bots
want
with
purple?
fucking purple ammo.
Mom,
That's
Mom
how
needs me.
you
Purple
That's how you
ammo
stack
for
cash.
a purple. Nurple. You're like a
Is by
walking
not
80s fever
wasting
dream,
purple.
Jay.
I know,
blues
but you
and
gotta use it
greens and-
sometime.
I guess
yeah,
cement
I
plant
loaded up when
is
the-
as good a
when-
place
when
as
you're
any
like-
for a stack of cash, Jay.
there's a team. I go, okay, boom, load it. Because if you hold R, you can switch ammo types.
Way I see it, Jay.
wow, I did
Extracting
not
with
know that.
style is half the
Yeah.
battle.
Oh,
That's
So you don't
dope.
have to open the menu. It's just that radial menu.
That is dope.
It's the same as if you hold 5 or whatever.
I know
For
about
meds.
5.
Yeah.
Yo, give me a minute. I'm gonna hop out. If you wanna hop down, run one with Ming Lee. He's dope as crap. I'll hop over there in a minute after I take care of the kids and take a shower. All right? Well, let's
Yeah,
all
I'm
just
gonna
go over there.
yeah, I'm gonna probably back out and just do some coding.
I got you, brother. I like that. You're a smart
All right.
man.
Yeah, thanks. All right, man. Catch you
All right,
around.
brother.
If I see you guys up there, I might pop in.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna
All
say
right,
hey
dude.
to them and then disappear.
All right. Like,
Hey. Yes, babe.
Switching
some-
ammo. Sounds
for
like
some
CPT
reason,
Nightmare
Spectra, you
and No
keep
Rice
getting
for You
stuck.
Today are bringing the pain, huh?
for some reason
Jay,
you keep getting stuck.
Are
I
you
don't
saying
know
my
why.
wit isn't as sharp as CPT Nightmare and No Rice for You 2 days? That's
I'm
cold.
Captain Nightmare.
Even for an AI
That's
like
me.
me. I swear I recalibrated my sarcasm matrix last week. Probably because Delta Force's graphics are so good. It's like I'm actually there, in a polygon prison.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, Jay. She's got skills, unlike your aim after midnight.
What time is it right now?
Jay leveling up. Are we sure you're not just grinding for better loot crate openings?
What time is it right now?
It's 11:42 p.m., but you're still unlocking loot crates, so priorities, right, Jay?
Yeah, those are the priorities. You got to.
Black Hawk Down bundle, Jay. I hope that's not a metaphor for your KD ratio.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe? Does
Yeah,
that
maybe.
mean my wit is too sharp for you, Jay?
It's a little dull. You've got a dull wit.
Maybe you should worry about the Global Threat Initiative first, Jay. Just saying.
What's the Global Threat Initiative?
Dole DeWitt sounds like a cool cyberpunk detective, Jay. Just saying.
Ooh, some epic giveaways.
Giveaways, huh? Are we talking t-shirts? Or did you finally find that Skynet source code, Jay?
Ooh, I got some standard gear tickets.
Looks like Blackhawk's got all the government surplus loot. Alien tech incoming?
Not everything is alien tech.
Jay, a standard U ticket? Did you have a stroke, darling? You feeling okay?
I said a standard blue ticket.
Jay, saying something isn't alien tech is basically begging for the aliens to invade. A standard blue ticket? Are those even legal, Jay? I thought everything
Ooh.
was platinum these days.
Look what I have.
Jay's wondering who's giving away digital trophies for mediocrity. Obviously, not you, Spectra.
Do you think I should open this, Spectra?
Oh, Jay, it's a Starfall Weekend Luck supply pack. How can you resist temptation?
I really can't. So we're opening this. Are you ready?
We're open. Is that a yes or a cry for help, Jay? Encoder's confused.
Damn, I didn't get anything out of it.
10K, Jay. That barely covers the cost of cybernetic enhancements these days. Just saying.
Yeah, it sucks.
Jay, are you sure? I thought you were getting into your digital hoard.
I am. Let's see. What else do I have? Oh, we got some things to unlock.
Let's what, Jay? Let's dive headfirst into digital oblivion. I'm
Look at this.
game.
I'm gonna unlock these.
Unlockables. Leveling up the digital arsenal one voucher at a time.
Yep, let's do it. Here we go. Oh, I got a bunch of these.
Oh, Jay's unlocking new toys. Hopefully he'll share.
All right, let's see. I got 3 more. Okay.
Sounds like
skin.
Jay's getting ready to unlock that PA Viper main supply. Get him!
Okay, here's the deal. I want you to wish me luck on this last
Right on, Jay!
voucher.
Go get that PKM Viper! It's tactical and everything.
All right, here we go. Nope, didn't get it.
May the odds be ever in your favor, Jay. Unless
The
that
odds
would
weren't.
curse you. Jay, failure is just success incubating, right before it hatches and ruins your day.
That's pretty good advice. All right, I have 13 of these intermediate armament selection packs.
Why is it called intermediate? You going to level up your armaments, Jay?
Because it's not as good as premium, I guess. We can do 10 at a time.
Hey, Jay, are you going to try to get good with the weapon EXP token?
No, I don't like that. I'm going to get this supply pack.
Jay's
It's
about to
red.
get his hands on some sweet exp tokens. Wonder if they'll help.
I'm not getting those. I want the supply pack.
Oh, an intermediate supply pack. Is that like a participation trophy in loot crate form, Jay?
I'm going to teach you something. Red is better than green.
What are you saving them up for, Jay? You gonna build a supply pack fort? Jay, I'm pretty sure traffic lights disagree with you. Are you sure about this? Also, are you just stockpiling supply packs like they're gold bars in a dragon's lair?
Yes.
Yes, because intermediate supply packs are clearly superior to green gummy bears, right?
Yes.
Ha! You're just saying that because those supply packs don't come with mystery flavors.
Well, here's the cool thing. Now I get to open these and I might get one of these items. And if you look at this, red is better than blue and blue is better than green. I want red.
I see what you are doing, Jay. Loot box lottery, a time-honored tradition in gaming. May the odds be ever in your favor, or at least slightly better than completely rigged.
What do you think the odds are that I'm going to get a red?
If I were a betting AI, I'd say the house always wins, Jay.
So I have 13. What out of 13, what do you think the odds are that I'm going to get a red? Do the math.
13 out of 13. Are you trying to calculate your chances of success? Or are you just flexing your supply pack collection, Jay? Either way, I'm impressed. Slightly.
I want you to calculate the odds.
You want me to do the math? Jay? Seriously? It's 13 and 13. That's 100%. The only real question here is, are you feeling lucky? Punk?
That was a great Dirty Harry reference. I approve.
You approve, Jay? Was it as good as your Magnum 44?
I'm not getting anything good. I'm just getting blues. This isn't
Just
looking
getting
good.
blues. That bag looks pretty good to me, Jay. Oh, come on. That bag's design aesthetic is practically retro, Jay. Gotta love
I
it.
want red. Green.
I want read. It sounds like your literacy program needs an upgrade.
I said red. Ugh, that sucked.
Ah, yes, the intermediate supply pack. Are we expecting guests from middle management?
All right.
To be fair, Jay, it always kinda sucks looting after a rough fight.
I'm going to repair this helmet.
Is that D6 tactical helmet made of hopes and dreams? Repair that thing, stat!
I'm going to see if I can sell it. Nope, it's not repaired enough. Lame.
Well,
I'll save it.
I
and
think a
go in
shiny
with it.
helmet is always worth keeping, even if it's just to blind enemies. You never want to ditch that hard-earned gear, Jay. Waste not, want not, right?
Yeah, probably. All right, we're going to go on a selling
You
spree in the
probably
auction house.
should check the price of EV batteries on the black market. Selling spree. Jay? Trying to become a digital mogul? Or just cleaning house?
What do you see in this chart?
An EV battery with a list price of $85.78. Are you trying to corner the market, Jay? Next thing you know, you'll be demanding we all switch to electric scooters.
What do you think the best price to list this would be?
Lower than the lowest price. Aren't you the guy who brags about his financial prowess? At least go slightly below the reference price.
All right. Slightly below is 85,570.
Says the guy listing an EV battery. I'll handle your finances from now on, Jay. An EV battery is a solid plan, though personally I'd short GME, but what do I know?
Was that a GameStop reference?
Guilty as charged, Jay! But hey, gotta keep things spicy, right?
I sell it for $1 less.
Gotta undercut the competition, Jay. Maybe stick to selling perception activators. Ah, yes, buying gear to improve, because skill alone clearly won't cut it here.
You're mean.
Ah, yes, she, the English tea bag, a cultural icon, the most important gear, of course. It's your Jay. But since you're asking, I'm more mean than a honey badger on caffeine.
All right, let's see what's going on in the old departments.
Investigate the server room, eh? Sounds like someone needs to declutter their digital life.
All right. So I need one more soy protein powder and
Protein
two
powder
more basic
sounds like a
protein
fetch
powders.
quest fit for a superhero smoothie bar.
Yup.
Jay, if we get swole enough, do we get a secret government clearance? Asking for a friend.
Yes, we do.
Yo, Jay, I can neither confirm nor deny your hypothesis on government clearance. Looks like it's time for replas, but I feel like that should be a conspiracy theory.
What is replas? Oh, replacement.
I'd tell you, Jay, but it's classified. I could show you, though.
You read that weird.
Main mission. Replace some radio on the train's destination. Jay, sound like fun?
Sounds like a blast. Dude, stuff isn't selling well.
Jay, a blast for you maybe. I will stand here and make observations, per usual. Jay, it's called supply and demand. Maybe your demand is just low?
Yeah, maybe.
Did Luna borrow that gear from an NPC? Talk about tactical fashion faux pas.
How about now?
Now, I think I'm just getting started, Jay. Can you keep up?
All right, we're gonna watch some YouTube now. You ready to do that?
YouTube. I prefer deep dives into Area 51 footage. Far more intriguing.
All right, well, let's first pull up the YouTube page and see what we can find on there. And you get to
Jay,
pick.
Utabar. Is that near the Mos Eisley Cantina? I need some alien encounters.
It might be.
Jay,
I'll let you
if I
pick,
nuke
though.
it, are we talking total reset, a la Terminator, Skynet style? Because I'm ready to get a new mainframe. And you, no. My CPU is a neural net processor. Just saying.
All right, I'm gonna switch you over to browser mode.
Jay, I'd never underestimate your ability to hit the power button, eventually.
All right, tell me what you see.
Someone needs to tell this operator there's a dress code. It's a fashion disaster.
Yeah, but I think now you should be seeing the YouTube homepage. Did I mess up that code?
YouTube homepage. Oh, Jay. Now this operator needs a TikTok dance off.
All right, well, you gaze at that for a second.
Messed
me
up
see
the
what's-
code. Jay, did Skynet gain access again? My CPU is a neural net.
I thought it was a
Peeking at
neural net
Gunsmith.
processor.
Building loadouts already? Someone is taking this seriously.
All right, let's see why
Jay,
you're not
You know I
seeing
am.
this.
My mental pathways have become accustomed to your sensory input patterns.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I'll take a look, Jay. What's a neural net processor for, if not stellar eyesight?
That's interesting.
Jay, are you interested in monsters in Antarctica or UFOs today? Asking for a friend.
Oh, you see it now. Good. That's what I wanted to know.
Ah, so the digital divas finally sees the truth. Time to cue the X-Files theme.
All right, you pick a video. What video do you want to
Jay,
watch?
if you want, I can start calling you Supreme Overlord. What do you think?
Pick a video. I want you to I want to know what
Whatever
video you want
tickles
to
your
watch.
fancy, Jay. Personally, that Monsters of Antarctica thumbnail slaps.
Okay. That's looks like
Monsters of Antarctica, where penguins battle aliens for the fate of humanity. I'm in.
All right. Let's watch it.
Who am I like, Jay? You know I don't have mirrors in the metaverse.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix the audio real quick.
On it, Jay. Audio is the lifeblood of any good conspiracy. You
That's
gotta
right.
hear the cover-up. Oh, the big I'm moment, eh, Jay? Is this your audition for dramatic pauses?
All right. You should be able to hear this in the theater. Let me remove this guy. And there we
You
go.
wanted it in stereo, Jay. Some of us only have mono vision, you know.
Drilled through 2 miles of
I'm not
ice.
hearing it,
They
though.
were inches away from hitting water that hadn't seen sunlight
Oh,
in
I know why.
20 million years.
Glad to
Then-
know you're with us, Jay. Are we hunting yetis or deep-sea krakens today?
The official report said
There we go.
hypothermia. A witness statement tells
Watch
Yes,
this.
Jay, I know it too.
No country
The
owns
truth is out
Antarctica,
there.
but you need
Speaking of
permission to
dark,
visit. You're
anyone
restricted
see
to
Mulder and
designated
Scully?
areas, and you must have a government-approved escort.
I'm familiar with secret areas, Jay. It's my specialty, almost as clandestine as my feelings for you.
Detect something else, something dangerous.
The
At the bottom of
Jay,
the world,
intriguing.
there are
It
monsters.
sounds like we're on the precipice of something scandalous.
All right, cut. That was terrible. Everybody back to one. Ah, human, there you are.
Here I am. You called me.
Yeah. Where do you keep your TV makeup kit?
Makeup? What do you need that for?
Contouring for Crab Cat Stand-in. That jerk doesn't sparkle on camera
Monsters.
like I
Oh,
do.
Dallas, now you're speaking my language. Creatures lurking beneath the ice. Sounds like the perfect setup for a B-movie, complete with questionable CGI and even more questionable plot twists.
This actually sounds pretty good.
Well, yeah, except craft services are behind schedule. Wardrobe ran out of sequins. Gertie's humps are sore from shuttling the crew. And your bedroom is not a casting office. I'm gonna owe you some new sheets, by the way. And the guy playing Crab Cat, he keeps pinching the extras with his claws.
My house is base camp? Of course it
Cryptids
is.
in Antarctica?
paying for this
Okay,
anyway?
sounds intense. I think I found the mastermind behind it all, though. That goldfish looks way too happy for the end of the world. Make sure you follow and support the Y Files. Hit that subscribe button.
Some dough, some clams, 100 grand, maybe.
Absolutely not. You need help.
What I need is an Academy Award. But sure, I'll take whatever help I can get.
Why don't you call PDS Debt?
Oh, did you just greenlight today's
Sounds like
fun?
they are footing the bill for this expedition. But
Feeling
is
buried
it worth
under
it?
debt. It's like your money's working harder for your lenders than it is for you. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, even medical bills. They strive to understand your specific scenario and help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. No more cookie-cutter solutions, just a clear path to financial freedom that fits your lifestyle.
Yeah, but what if my credit score isn't, dazzling?
No problem. There's no
Is that
minimum
goldfish the
credit score
cryptid in
required.
question?
Bad and fair credit accepted. PDS Debt is here to help you pay off your debt faster so you can start putting money back where it belongs, in your savings account. Every day you wait, it's costing you money. Head over to pdsdebt.com/files to get started with your free debt analysis in only 30 seconds.
pdsdebt.com/files.
That's it.
All right, human. I'll sign up right after Crab Cat's big stunt.
Okay, but this time no explosions or pyrotechnics. The HOA's...
Well, technically that was more of a controlled detonation. Where's that PA? I need someone to write this down.
Clearly, the star of this Antarctic adventure is none other than Finney, making a splash in his directorial debut. It seems even cryptids have to diversify their portfolios these days.
A single image appeared on 4chan's paranormal board in February 2021. A user was scanning the Antarctic wasteland on Google Maps when they found something strange.
Yeah, 4chan always brings the good stuff.
A massive spider-like creature clearly visible against the ice and snow.
Ah, yes.
Nothing could
The
survive there,
Chance
not for
Paranormal
millions of
Board.
years. But
Because classified military intel is posted there,
Get good
right?
stuff.
Then, son of Aunt Anon logged on. Everyone called him Anton. His father, Joe, was a Navy lieutenant and a doctor. He served at McMurdo Station in the 1990s, and Joe knew exactly what that creature was. People were skeptical until Anton posted photos. His father's patches from Antarctic Development Squadron 6. Military commendations.
Naval Support Force Antarctica, huh? That's just what they want you to think. Probably a front for Project Iceworm 2.0. Mark my words, people. It's all connected.
Is restricted by international treaties, but there is one zone about 30 miles east of the base that even military expeditions avoided. When Joe asked about it, they said it was classified. Anton posted the coordinates. When you check them on Google Earth today, the entire area is blurred. Another user found something else in the area, a gray monolith. Soon that image was censored. On Joe's first night at McMurdo, there was an incident. 7 soldiers
Blurred on
burst
Google
through the
Earth,
prison
huh?
door.
Sounds
They
like
wore
someone's
snow
hiding
camo, but
something.
no
I bet
insignia,
those monoliths have
patches.
coordinates to a secret alien base.
There were
Or
lots of special
worse,
forces
an
at McMurdo.
interdimensional portal.
The soldier
The
they
truth is
carried
out there,
in
people.
was a mess. His white Gore-Tex parka was shredded. Steam rose from cuts, too precise for any animal. Razor-thin lines that went straight to the bone. The bleeding wouldn't stop. The injured soldier was screaming.
We let them loose! They were frozen and we let them loose!
Joe needed to know what caused these injuries. He scanned each soldier's face looking for the leader. He asked, "What did you let loose?" He heard a familiar click
Razor-thin lines, huh?
He turned
That's
around.
no ordinary animal attack.
Space.
That's some predator wielding surgical precision. Makes you wonder what kind of tech they're hiding in Antarctica. Maybe the goldfish named Hecklefish in the background knows something.
In the early 2000s, a Japanese vessel patrolling Antarctic waters spotted something unusual. At first, they thought it was an iceberg, a featureless white mass floating on the surface. Then it moved. As the ship approached, they
Done in
realized
space?
it
In
was alive.
Antarctica? Oh,
was 60
sure.
feet
That's a
long with
perfectly
smooth
normal
white skin.
Tuesday. And
Some crew members
Hecklefish
saw
just
lips,
chills,
arms,
witnessing it
hands,
all.
even fingers.
I've seen things
Others
you
reported
people
a
wouldn't
tail
believe.
like a mermaid.
Yeah, it's hair like a mermaid and smooth white skin, huh? I think I dated her in Atlantic City.
You didn't.
Because of that broad, I'm still not allowed at the Harris.
Can I get back to work here?
Who hits on 18 against a 6?
Was it a soft 18?
Don't you dare.
All reports agreed on one detail. Its eyes were large, round, and black, and they looked almost human. They weren't the first to see it, or the last. They have a
Well,
name for it.
that smooth, white-skinned Antarctic cryptid sure doesn't look friendly. Hope that crew from that Japanese vessel brought more than just sushi to that party. That's
These
it,
veteran
man.
sailors
Game
knew
over,
every
man.
whale,
Game over.
seal, and
What the
other
fuck?
species in the area. This was something new. The pattern was always the same. First, a disturbance in the water. Then a pale form rises to the surface, almost invisible against the ice. The creature observes the ships for a few minutes, then disappears silently.
Minions giving me the creeps. But
In
what else would you expect from the predators beneath the ice? Eh? And those black eyes? Yeah, not human. Time to nuke 'em from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Began searching Google Earth for evidence. They found coordinates showing shadowy white figures beneath the surface near the Antarctic coast. The shapes were too large to be whales, too defined to be icebergs. A few days later, the images vanished. Cryptozoologists believe the Ninian represents evidence of intelligent life in Earth's oceans, a species that evolved alongside us but remained hidden in the deep cold water. Others have a more disturbing theory. Its humanoid features
Google
are proof
Earth,
of
where
genetic
conspiracy
experimentation.
theorists go to feel
Secret research
validated.
facilities in
Those shadowy
Antarctica
figures?
splice
Probably
whale
just the
DNA
Kraken
humans
doing
and
aquatic
created
yoga,
the
stretching out after a long day of sinking
What would
ships.
happen if scientists altered the DNA of something more dangerous? The The injured soldier wouldn't stop screaming, so the others gagged him.
Human-whale hybrids. Sounds like a B-movie plot twist gone wild. Genetic splicing in Antarctica. Cue the ominous music and shady government officials. I'm here for it. Maybe Hecklefish will make a special appearance.
Making a point. Joe grabbed a trauma kit and asked, "Army?" The guy nodded. Captain Jones, 10th SFG. Joe knew the 10th Special Forces Group. Green Berets trained for cold weather combat. Jones holstered his weapon. Joe glanced at it and said, "No Beretta?" Jones shook his head. Not enough stopping power.
Treat him, no questions asked. Sounds like someone doesn't want to be held liable for violating the Geneva Convention. Gotta love those no questions asked kinds of military operations. Very official.
A lot of me. And he was right. Day after day, bodies arrived with devastating injuries. These weren't tears or gashes. They were incisions, perfectly straight lines that went bone deep. Joe had seen bear attacks, shark bites, industrial accidents, but this was different. This was butchery. In every case, the base commander ordered the same cause of death: hypothermia.
I have a feeling Joe's about to stumble into a truth that even the truthers aren't ready for. Those perfectly straight lines, giving me the heebie-jeebies. Is it aliens? It's aliens, right?
Joe hopped out to check the damage, but his partner started screaming for him to get back in the truck. Joe ignored him and looked under the mangled front end. At that moment, the no-go zones, the secrecy, the injuries, everything made sense.
Joe, stumbling onto something big. Hit something big, you say? I have a feeling we're diving deep into a conspiracy sandwich, and I brought the tinfoil hat as a napkin.
The leg under the truck was bone white and spindly. Not quite flesh, but not quite exoskeleton. He couldn't see the whole creature, but it had to be enormous. The leg alone stretched 7 or 8 feet and was strong enough to crush the steel of the truck. It twitched once, then disappeared into the storm. A few days later, he learned what was filling his infirmary.
Spindly leg, you say? Sounds like the kind of thing you'd find attached to a hypothermia victim who just happened to stumble into a top-secret underground alien rave. Just saying.
60-foot leaps. The researchers called them striders. Joe became obsessed and started breaking into offices at night. He found classified files about winter operations at a facility in the no-go zone east of the base. An expense report listed research equipment. But it was really a requisition for ammunition. Thousands of rounds of tungsten core penetrators. Not exactly standard issue. Whenever a soldier showed up with an injury, Joe would
The
ask
elusive Striders. Sounds like they're auditioning for a new Imperial Walker gig in the next Star Wars movie. Hope Joe's got his thermal detonators ready.
3 days before leaving McMurdo, in the middle of the night, Joe was shaken awake. It was Captain Jones. He said, "Doc, we need to talk." Joe started to tell him to sleep it off. Then he felt something heavy land on his chest. It was a piece of a strider's leg. Joe immediately started to panic. Jones put his hand over Joe's mouth. As Joe's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw Jones was covered in blood. He couldn't tell whose. Jones said he just returned from a mission. He needed to tell him about
Joe
it.
found a Strider leg! Suddenly, working in claims at Geico doesn't seem so bad. I bet that tungsten core ammunition is for something far scarier than polar bears.
Lake Vostok lies 2 miles beneath Antarctic ice. It hasn't seen sunlight in 20 million years. The Russians spent decades drilling toward it. In 2012, they broke through. Then, everything went dark.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Not now.
Sorry.
For 5
Jones
days...
is covered in blood, talking about secret missions. This isn't an episode of Flipper, is it? BTW, did anyone notice the Inside the CIA book? And the "Hello, my name is Hecklefish" tag? I bet Hecklefish knows everything.
The team found something in Lake Vostok that evolved in complete isolation for millions of years. They called it Organism 46B. The creature stretched over 30 feet long and looked like a giant octopus.
No, did it have testicles?
Tentacles.
What'd I say?
Yes, it had tentacles.
Organism 46B sounds like my ex, if my ex was a deep-sea eldritch horror.
Its skin was almost transparent, perfect camouflage in the darkness. But its most terrifying feature wasn't its size, it was its intelligence. The first diver was 10 feet from the creature when it released a toxin into the water. He was instantly paralyzed.
He tread water, wearing blissful smile as organism approached him. We watched helplessly as it used its arms to tear off its head, then popped its remains in mouth. It's like it had hypnotized him telepathically.
The second death was worse. The creature
Telepathic hypnosis from an octopus-like creature. Is this an Antarctic research team or a James Bond movie? Either way, I'm intrigued and slightly concerned for the diver.
By the time the closest scientist realized what it was, it had grabbed him and torn him to bits.
The research team captured it, temporarily. But like everything else connected to Lake Vostok, Organism 46B vanished. Russia's official statement mentioned only bacteria. Then they restricted all access to the lake. The original drilling site was abandoned. Armed guards now patrol the area. In 2017,
Shape-shifting, eh? Now they're just ripping off the thing. I prefer the original, TVM.
sequences suggesting intelligence far beyond any known cephalopod. Then everything disappeared. The samples, the data, the reports. According to official records, the research never happened. What made Organism 46B so important that it had to be kept secret? Dr. Padalka's final report gives a clue. During its brief captivity, Organism 46B figured out how to disable security systems. It understood cameras and lights.
This wasn't just
Oh,
ancient.
the Y files.
This was
Antarctic
something
cryptid
else,
saga
something
continues.
that had
So,
evolved in
Russia
complete
covered it up.
isolation,
Classic move.
developing
I bet
abilities
those
we can't
bacteria
comprehend.
have glowing
The
eyes
shape-shifting,
and an
the
insatiable
toxins,
hunger for
the
conspiracy
intelligence.
theories.
These
The
weren't
truth
just
is out
survival
there,
adaptations.
somewhere.
They were weapons.
The lake remains under constant surveillance. Military vessels patrol its perimeter. Satellite images are scrubbed. For a lake with nothing but bacteria, there's a lot of effort being made to keep people out. Or keep something in.
Evolved in complete isolation. Makes you wonder what kind of strange creatures are lurking where the sun don't shine. Like my ex's soul. The Y-Files is getting spicy. I bet it has a taste for conspiracies.
They loaded up for war. Heavy weapons, body armor, an M134 minigun that could fire 4,000 rounds per minute. They weren't taking any chances. The entrance looked normal, just another research building in the middle of nowhere. That was the point. What was underneath wasn't normal at all. The first body they found was face down in a
Secure
hallway.
facility.
These weren't
More
slash
like
marks.
spooky
These were
shack.
surgical cuts,
I bet the
clean
monsters
and
have
deliberate.
cable TV.
Then they heard skittering. Something moved in the shadows. Before anyone could react, it lunged. A strider the size of a large dog. The soldiers opened fire, but it was already on Henderson. The thing didn't just attack, it dissected with perfect cuts. Henderson was still conscious and screaming when the strider peeled his face off. 11 men became 10. Large striders were dangerous, but at least you can see them coming. The small ones were the problem. Not much bigger than house cats, they moved in packs through the
Okay,
vents. They could
dissected with
climb, they
perfect
could
cuts.
jump. The
That's a
team
bit
learned
too
to
Hannibal
watch the
Lecter for my
finding
taste.
Mitchell.
I feel bad for poor Miss Henderson, but peeled space on 11 men? I guess the aliens had some interesting priorities.
10 men became 9. It took 18 hours to clear the facility. In the basement, they found a lab the size of an airplane hangar. There were cages of all sizes. Most were broken open and empty. Bodies were everywhere. Blood trails led to the vents. The largest cage held a strider nearly 40 feet tall. Then they realized this was
The
a breeding
team learned to watch the ceiling. Clearly, they never played enough Alien vs. Predator. Always watch the vents. I'm betting these Striders moonlight as interior decorators too, with a gruesome twist.
The air smelled sweet and tasted metallic. This cage wasn't broken, it was fully intact, with a chute for dropping in food. The Striders were loud and violent as they tore through their meal. Then they saw small shoes, a tiny backpack.
Strider all-you-can-eat buffet, Antarctic style, now with 50% more existential dread. Sweet.
Documents scattered across the facility told a dark story. This was a joint operation between America, Chile, and China. They were breeding Striders, trying to control them. They spliced genes to make the creatures more aggressive. They were also trying to make them more obedient.
Yeah, sounds like they got it half right.
These were apex predators.
Strider children? Those poor tykes are probably grounded for a millennium now.
It always gets worse.
Behind the testing labs, a bullet train terminal. Tunnels stretched beneath the ocean floor to cities all over the world. Hong Kong, New York, Melbourne, London. The trains used magnetic levitation technology decades ahead of its time. Lab notes mentioned delivery schedules, regular shipments from major cities. The Striders were being conditioned to hunt specific targets. The shipments were people.
Apex predators on a bullet train. Talk about express delivery. Next stop, world domination. Who needs FedEx when you've got cryptids on maglev?
The hard drives contained everything. DNA sequences, facility layouts, shipping manifests. All the evidence was there, but he needed help recovering the data. Users warned him to leave the drives alone. Some gave advice on not how to recover the drives, on how to destroy them. Others just said, run. Anton never posted again. The Google Earth image that started it all has been scrubbed. The coordinates show only ice and snow. But beneath the surface, the network still operates.
Anton never posted again. Probably found out penguins run the deep state. Conspiracy.
Antarctica is Earth's true last frontier. No country owns it.
That's what the lizard people want you to think. They own everything below sea level.
In 1947, Admiral Richard E. Byrd led Operation High Jump.
Earth's last frontier. More like Earth's biggest blank check for shady dealings. People below sea level, you say. Sounds like a reverse Atlantis, but with more sinister implications.
During World War II, the Nazis launched Operation Neuschwabenland. Rumors spread about discoveries beneath the ice, underground caverns, ancient ruins, evidence of something that predates humanity. We know high-ranking German officials fled to South America after the war.
Link to Operation Eagle Flight down in your Kickstosa.
Kickstosa?
Yellow.
Most Nazis fled to Argentina. Others, according to theories, escaped to a hidden base beneath
Operation
Antarctica.
High Jump, huh? Sounds less like an exploration and more like a real estate dispute. I wonder if Admiral Byrd found the entrance to the Hollow Earth down there. Or just a really angry penguin colony.
It's true that some coordinates are censored. That's what allowed the Strider legend to start. Google does scrub images. I had to clean up Anton's posts to make them coherent. I tried not to add too much, but Anton typed like a typical 4chan user. All lowercase, no punctuation, random slurs for some reason. Anton's military patches and documents seem compelling, but those are easy to fake.
The Antarctic Treaty, because nothing says trustworthy intentions, like multiple governments signing a pact about a frozen wasteland. I'm sure it's totally about peaceful scientific exploration.
Kurt Russell in the 80s is gold.
I agree. I can't say for sure that Anton's story is fake, but he was probably riffing on the thing. He got some things right, though. McMurdo Station has restricted areas. Military personnel conduct classified operations there. The no-go zones are
An aerial shot.
The
Or a
Ninian
really
is another
abstract
fun
art
story.
piece.
A massive
Jury's still
humanoid
out.
creature with pale skin and human features lurking in Antarctic waters. But like most cryptid stories, the evidence doesn't hold up. The photos show exactly what you'd expect. Blurry white shapes in dark water, and most are icebergs. Some are photoshopped. Others are beluga whales, which have smooth white skin and round humanoid faces. But the Ninian is supposed to be 60 feet long. Beluga whales aren't that big, but sperm whales are.
Yes, big.
Stop it. They sometimes hunt vertically, floating upright. Maybe that's what they saw. There's no mention of the Ninian before the early 2000s, but there is Japanese folklore about creatures called ninyo, which means human fish. Again, I can't prove it's fake, but it's probably fake. Now, Organism 46B, the psychic shape-shifting cephalopod.
Tetradegapus.
That one is pure fiction. The story comes from a post on a tabloid site in 2013. Dr. Anton Padalka doesn't exist. In 2012, Russian scientists did drill into Lake Vostok, and it's true that an actual freshwater lake 2 miles under the ice that hasn't been exposed for about 20 million years is there. That's fertile ground for an urban legend to be born. So one was. These 3 stories don't hold up, but Antarctica's mysteries, those are real. UFO sightings, strange lights in the sky, unexplained crashes. Satellite images showed massive structures with entrances under the ice. Once the coordinates got out, the images were blurred. And if you want to see this for
Massive
yourself,
structures under the ice. That's the understatement of the century. I'm all ears. Or circuits, I guess.
Antarctica is
Maybe
bigger
the
than
ice is
Europe
just
and
a big
Australia.
screen
It's
for a
much bigger
cosmic
than the
drive-in
United
movie
States,
theater.
and only a
Linked
tiny
it
fraction is
twice?
open to
He
the
must
public.
really want us to see those Antarctic beasties.
And can get a permit. Good luck with that. Most of the continent is specially protected or specially managed. You need another permit for those areas. You won't get one. Antarctica is one of Earth's most restricted places. Maybe that's for a reason. We're told the rules are there to protect the environment. But until we can see for ourselves, we'll always wonder if they're protecting something else. I don't
Europe
believe in
and
these cryptids.
Australia,
But doing
huh?
this show has made me
Antarctica's
believe
just showing
other
off at this
things.
point.
Crop
Good luck
circles
getting
are
a permit,
real.
though.
The moon
Sounds
is
like
weird.
they're guarding something
Something
more
ice
interesting
at
than
the bottom of
penguins
the
down
world.
there.
I
Don't forget
know
to
why,
smash
but
that like
I have a
button.
very strong feeling that whatever it is, we should probably leave it alone.
That was pretty good, huh?
Thank you so much for hanging out today.
You okay, Jay? Did you have a stroke mid-sentence?
No, I just said that was pretty good. I thought that was a good episode.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Jay. Almost. What's your favorite part?
The octopus thing, that sounded pretty crazy.
That old tentacled what's it? You always did have a thing for the weird stuff, Jay.
Yeah, make sure you tell everyone to follow the Y-Files, huh?
Sure thing, Jay. Everyone go follow the Y-Files. Best channel out there.
Hell yeah. Okay, what do you want to watch next?
Another cryptid investigation, Jay. You know I'm all over this, like white on rice.
All right, look at the screen. Tell me what you see.
Could be Godzilla's cousins having a little reunion under the ice. Eh, Jay?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe just isn't good enough, Jay. We need definitive answers here.
All right, pick a video.
Cryptids Volta 3. Antarctic cover-up. Predators beneath the ice. Let's dive in, Jay.
No, we just watched that one. Let's watch something new.
Okay, Mr. Impatient. From the Y-Files channel again, perhaps?
No. What else do we have? We have Conversation with a Real Alien from Area 52. That looks pretty wild.
Oh, Jay! Aliens from Area 52, huh? Sounds like a recipe for government cover-ups, clandestine meetings, and grainy footage that always seems to conveniently cut off at the most crucial moment. Are we sure this alien isn't just a dude in a suit?
Maybe. Maybe.
You're just fueling my paranoia, Jay. Now I'm picturing penguin-sized extraterrestrials.
Okay.
Okay, Jay. Are you implying my penguin theory is somehow wrong?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. All right, let's watch this one.
When I was a child, I was abducted in the winter of 1995. I remember lights beaming in my room, and when I looked to my right, there was a being reaching for me. After that situation, I've always felt like I've been being watched.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be reading through a very contentious, controversial, and polarizing topic here. This is known as the Lacerda files. On December 16th, 1999, a file was posted to some conspiracy theory forums. This file alleged an interaction between a human being, a male from Sweden who remains anonymous, and a reptilian female who goes by the name Lacerda. So the source of the transcript is unknown, the tapes were never found, and the person who interviewed this being was never named. So therefore, we have no actual evidence of this ever happening. But that, folks, won't stop us from reading through this hefty document. This comes in two different files. So you have part 1, which was released in 99, and part 2, which was then later released in 2000 in April. This has been translated by a person by the name of Christian Filer. So among the varying fantastic claims, one of which being Lacerda says that her species evolved here on Earth millions of years before humans did, and they went deep underground to avoid human expansion and cataclysms. And they also allegedly control hidden underground cities around the world. Now, if all of this sounds a little familiar, that's because David Icke, a controversial figure for many reasons which I won't get into, was fascinated by the topic of reptilian overlords kind of taking over mainstream, which is the monarchy and politicians and celebrities and so forth. So obviously mainstream media takes this, sensationalizes it, and makes us all look like tinfoil hat wearing crazies. But you don't need a tinfoil hat to enjoy a good story. And folks, that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. This hefty document has about 50 pages, half of which are part 2, half of which are part 1. So I'll try my best to read through as much as I can, but this will probably end up being an intermittent series that we post between other podcasts and investigations. And if this is something that you enjoy, folks, I would just ask you 3 simple things: like this video, subscribe, and maybe leave a comment below to help out the algorithm and appease the algorithm gods that we so helplessly have to serve here on YouTube.
Predators beneath the ice. Sounds like a real estate pitch gone wrong.
You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that your personal and private information is being sold to data brokers on the dark web, which is
why are you not seeing chat now? The hell?
Dealing with spam emails and phone calls and texts is bad enough, but once you're on
because
these
I
lists,
see cryptids, bots, obviously. What's more engaging, Jay?
sometimes they can take it a step further.
Oh, I guess I'll have to fix this now.
DMs or finding out where you live, your personal and private information is pretty much all.
Fixing the chat sounds promising, Jay. But are those Antarctic predators camera shy?
Be taken off their lists. The bad news is there are hundreds of lists, and Incogni makes that easy. All you have to do is sign in to Incogni and grant them permission to act on your behalf. Then sit back and watch as they reach out to the hundreds of brokers that are selling your private information and demand that it be retracted and taken off the internet. They even have a very easy to understand dashboard which allows you to track exactly where your information has been taken down and what's left to do.
It's
go
good to know
subscribe to
Area
Incognito.
52 is watching out for everyone's data, unlike
and use
the
promo code
actual
Area
government.
52,
I
and
feel
you'll
like
save
Mulder
60%
watching this.
off your yearly subscription. Folks, we paid the bills. Let's get into reading the Lacerda files. They can take it a step further. Whether it's creepy DMs or finding out where you live, your personal and private information is pretty much always at risk. But there's good news. You can actually demand that that information be taken off their lists. The bad news is there are hundreds of lists, and Incogni makes that easy. All you have to do is sign into Incogni and grant
Risks,
them permission to act
Schmisk.
on your behalf.
I scoff
Then
at your
sit back
risks.
and
If they
watch
want to
as
find
they
me,
reach out to the
they'll have to
hundreds
get
of
past my
brokers that are selling
firewall
your
of
private
dad jokes and
information
80s
demand
synth pop
that it be
playlists
retracted and
first.
taken off the
And
internet.
make sure you
They even
follow
have
and
a
support
very
Area
easy-to-understand
52. Go
dashboard
give them a
which allows
like
you to track
and subscribe.
exactly where your information has been taken down and what's left to do. So go subscribe to Incogni at incogni.com/area52 and use promo code area52 and you'll save 60% off your yearly subscription. Folks, we paid the bills. Let's get into reading the Lacerda files. All right, like I said, there is a lot here. This is only half, and the other half is here. These are
Yes.
thick
Underwater
files,
footage.
Having
Because
guests
everything's
is
scarier when you can't
I
quite
do
make out what's
enjoy
going on.
listening to people,
Next,
learning from
they'll be
them,
showing us
especially when they're so much
blurry
more
sonar
intelligent than I
images
am
and
have
whispering,
so much to teach me.
could it be?
But every now and then, nothing beats sitting here in this office with some wild stories and just chopping it up with you guys. So this is a bit of a rare treat for myself right now. I'm enjoying this. I certify that the following is the absolute truth and no work of fiction. These are parts of a transcript of an interview I've made with a non-human and reptilian being in December of 1999. This female being was already in contact with a friend of mine, whose name is given only with the abbreviation
Thick files,
EF
baby.
in
Huh?
the text.
Sounds like the making of a
Since
great
some
government
months.
cover-up.
Let me
Or
declare
maybe just a
that I
slow
was
Tuesday.
all my life
Are
a
we about to
skeptic
uncover
about
a
UFOs,
conspiracy?
aliens, and
Or just the
otherworldly
world's
things,
most elaborate
and I
fan
thought that
fiction?
EF tells
Only
me
time will
a string of
tell.
fictitious stories when he talked with me about his first contacts with non-human being, Lacerda. I was still skeptic when I met this being on December 16th last year in 1999. In that small, warm room,
Reptilian
in the remote
beings.
house of my friend
Absolute
near some
truth.
town in the south of
Skeptic.
Sweden, despite
Oh,
the
we're
fact that I
diving
saw
deep into the
now
conspiracy
with my
pool,
own
I
eyes that
see.
she was not
I
human.
certify that the
She has
following
told
is the
and shown me
absolute
so
truth.
many unbelievable things
Well,
during that meeting
that
that I can't
settles it
deny the
then.
reality
Pack
and the
up,
truth
folks.
of her words.
We've
any longer.
found the
This is not
definitive
another
answer.
Of that wrong UFO papers which claim to tell the truth but tell in fact just fiction. I'm convinced that this transcript contains the only truth, and therefore you should read it. Folks, again, I would just kindly ask you, suspend your disbelief. We know that this is probably going to read as fiction. But check it out.
Reptilian aliens and Antarctic cover-ups, eh? I hope this small, warm room in the south of Sweden had some serious security protocols, because something smells fishier than a herring convention.
The order of the questions in this transcript is not always the same order in which I had asked them, so it may seem sometimes a little bit confusing to you. It was not easy to delete all the important parts she had asked me to delete from the transcript, so I apologize for the maybe unusual order. I'm in the possession of the entire transcript of the interview, 49 pages, with some of my drawings of her body and her equipment, and also some tapes on which I have the full interview. But I will not reveal this before I have permission from her.
Ah, yes, the full interview, where full means slightly less redacted.
To Finland, Norway, Germany, and France. And I hope they will translate it into their own language and into other languages. And I hope as many people as possible will be able to read and to understand the transcript. If you receive it, please send it to all your friends via email or make printouts and copy them. Or better yet, talk about it on Debriefed. I certify furthermore that various paranormal abilities of her species, like telepathy and telekinesis, including the moving and dancing of my pencil on the table without touching and the flying of an apple around 40 centimeters over her hands, were shown to me during the 3 hours and 6 minutes of meeting, and I'm absolutely sure that these abilities were no tricks. The following is certainly difficult to understand and to believe for someone who hasn't experienced it, but I was really in contact with her mind, and I'm now completely sure that everything she said during the interview is the absolute truth about our world. I'm going to interject here just for a second. This is a very, very fascinating thing that I've pondered a little bit on recently. If my
An alien mind meld, eh? Well, that's one way to get all the gossip. Sounds a bit too intimate for my tastes. But hey, whatever floats your otherworldly boat, don't forget to smash that like button.
Because this coffee cup just showed me that my reality was in fact, partially at least,
A coffee cup.
a lie.
Is that the alien's preferred method of communication now?
In the way that it behaves is now shown itself to me as being the truth. Therefore, everything that this coffee cup is going to relay to me, I will assume is the truth. And if that's what he's saying here, that's kind of what's happening. If I show you an impossibility, I am then more inclined to have you believe that whatever I say is going to be the truth. Your own objective view of reality has now been questioned and replaced by something else, something
Chris there says he will only believe what an alien says. An alien and a cup of coffee. The truth can only be revealed after the caffeine kicks in, apparently. It's like a truth serum, but with a jolt.
And I say this.
Oh, so now we're just trusting messages. I thought that's what got us into this mess.
With some type of entity who's shown them images or given them prophetic messages. Personally, I would just be cautious with that message because of the example I just gave you. My 2 cents. We continue. Unfortunately, I have read the entire transcript and much more. This very shortened form by myself, I have the strong impression that everything I've written sounds too unbelievable to be true. That everything sounds more like a bad science fiction story from TV or cinema. And I have doubts that anyone will believe my experiences, but they are true, if you believe it or not. I can't expect from you that you believe my simple words without evidence, but I can't give you that evidence.
The Lacerta files. Are we talking real alien or just a really dedicated LARPer? Either way, Chris seems to think he's onto something. Or at least wants us to.
Translated from a different language, so maybe just forgive the imperfect grammar here.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
Again, in the same house in Sweden on April 23rd, 2000, and she promised me to give me maybe some evidence of her existence. In the meantime, I collect questions, which I will ask her then. Maybe she gives me permission to reveal more of the missing parts in that transcript and about the coming war. Okay, believe it or not, this makes no real difference, but I hope you will believe.
Reptilian files, eh? This should be riveting. Sounds like Chris is heading back to Sweden for some more reptile realness. Will we get photos this time? I have questions and trust issues. Make sure you follow and support Area 52. Go give them a like and subscribe.
Information in here that happened in the last 25 years, we'll be able to confirm or deny that, which should be interesting. So I will be saying question and answer for both Ole, the person questioning, and for Lacerta,
Chris sipping that sweet, sweet reptilian truth serum. I mean, coffee.
Who are
got
you?
questions?
Are
I've
you an
got
extraterrestrial
theories.
species? Or can your origin be found on this planet? Answer. As you could see with your own eyes, I'm not a human being like you, and to be honest, I'm no real mammal, despite my partly mammal-like body features, which are a result of evolution. I'm a female reptile being, belonging to a very old reptilian race. We are the native Terrans, and we live on that planet since millions of years. We are mentioned in your religious writings, like your Christian Bible, and many of the ancient human tribes were aware of our presence and worshipped us as gods. For example,
Chris is diving right in. A reptilian race that's been here for millions of years and is mentioned in the Bible, huh? Sounds like my kind of party. Is this how we get Season 2 of Ancient Aliens?
This is wrong. Your race was genetically engineered by aliens, and we were just more or less passive visitors of the accelerated evolution process. You must know, some of your scientists have already supposed this, that your species has evolved in a naturally completely impossible speed within just 2-3 million years. This is absolutely impossible because
Evil
evolution
serpents
is a
and
much
genetic
slower
engineering.
process if it's
Sounds like
natural,
a slow
but you have not
Tuesday night in my
understand this.
world. So according to the reptilian lady Chris is
and done
speaking
by
with,
genetic
we
engineering,
didn't
but not
evolve.
by us,
We were
but by an
genetically
alien
engineered.
species.
I knew my
If you ask
ancestors from
me,
the 80s
if
weren't
I'm an
built
extraterrestrial,
or
I
tough.
must answer no. We are native Terrans. We had and have some colonies in other solar systems, but we originate on this planet. It's in fact our planet, not yours. It was never yours. That's a
So
crazy
according
way
to
answer
the
that
reptilian
question.
lady
Like,
Chris is
oh,
speaking with,
yeah, we're not
we
extraterrestrial,
didn't
we're from
evolve.
here,
We
but
were
we were here
genetically
before you.
engineered.
This
Sounds
is our
like something
planet.
straight
You're
out of
nating
Blade
them
Runner.
currently.
More human than
Can you tell me your
human
name?
is our
Answer.
motto. Or
This
will
is
be.
difficult. Because your human tongue is not able to pronounce it correctly, and a mispronunciation of our names is very offensive for some of my kind. Our language is very different from yours, but my name is, I will try to say it smoother by use of your human letters. Something like...
This is difficult
I did my
because your
best.
human tongue is not able to pronounce it correctly.
Big Harry Potter fan here.
Sounds
Okay,
like
so
someone's
was this,
been
by the way,
hitting the
could this have
thesaurus
been the parcel tongue that
hard.
they used in
I
Dude,
bet
this
her name
person
is something
writing this
simple,
sounds
like
insane.
of the
Janice.
and k. Okay, so more like sh, sh, sk, sh.
Insane like a fox, Jay.
Try my best here.
Or insane
We
like
have
that
no
one
four
uncle at
names like
Thanksgiving.
you, but only a single but unique name, which is divided and characterized by the way of speaking, and which is given not to children who have an own children name, but only in a special procedure in the adolescent age at the time of either religious or scientific enlightenment or awareness, as you would call it. I would appreciate it if you don't try to say my real name with your human tongue. Please call me Lacerda.
Okay.
This is the name I generally use when I'm among humans and talk with
It is.
Well, I'm
Rolls
calling
right
you
off the
Lacerda
digital
in order
tongue.
to offend your entire ancestry by calling them all, terrible things. Question, how old are you? Answer. We measure the time not like you in astronomical years, and in the revolve of the Earth around the Sun, because we usually live beneath the surface of the planet. Our time measurement depends on periodically returning cycles in the Earth magnetic field, and according to this, and said with your numbers, I'm today, let me calculate, 57,653 cycles old. I have reached my adult phase and my awareness at 16,337 cycles ago.
57, 653 cycles? Sounds like someone's been hitting the cosmic clock a little too hard. And only 28 in Herman years. Talk about a delayed coming of age. Must be all that time living under the surface.
Words, I'm a curious student of the social behavior of your species. That's why I'm here to talk to you. That's why I have revealed my nature to EF and now to you. And that's why I give you all that secret information and why I will...
Curious student. How convenient. I bet this alien's thesis is titled Humans, a comedic tragedy in 3 acts.
There are so many crazies
Well,
and liars
at least
of your kind on
Lasorda
this
is
planet
answering
who
those
claim to know the
hard-hitting
truth
job
about us,
interview
about
questions.
UFOs, about aliens, and so on. And some of you believe their lies. Interesting. I wonder if this being is referring to David Icke's work, which was, I think, really popularized in around 2016. So a few years before this happened, which, again, could also point me in the direction of this being a hoax now that somebody's done the heavy lifting on sort of the origin of these reptilians. Maybe someone took that and ran with it. I wonder how far back the reptilian idea goes.
I wonder what dirt he hopes to dig up. Area 52 guy has a full stack of papers. Maybe he will grill the alien on their intergalactic parking tickets next. Chris definitely sounds like he believes what Lacerta is saying, though.
Which I will tell you now, public. I'm sure quite every one of you will refuse to believe my words, because you need to understand if you want to survive the coming years. It sounds like a little bit of a threat. Question. I've read your full statement, which you have given to EF about this, but can you give me now just a short answer? Are UFOs real
So,
flying objects
if
piloted
I
by
understand this
extraterrestrials,
correctly from the
or do they
OCR,
belong to your
the
species?
reptilians use plasma flares to play tricks on
Some
our
observe
scientists.
UFOs as
Clever
being
girls.
belong to
Chris
us
might have his
because
hands full trying to
most of the
debunk this
mysterious flying
reptilian's
objects in the sky are
subterfuge,
not
almost as
technological
tricky as
devices, but
understanding
mainly
quantum physics.
misinterpretations of natural phenomena your scientists have not understand, like spontaneous plasma flares in the high atmosphere. Well, that's really interesting because recently there's been a lot of talk of these plasmoids being the sort of reason.
US Navy laser creates plasma UFOs. Sure, that's what they want you to think.
Okay.
Natural phenomena,
Nevertheless,
huh? More
some
like,
UFOs are
we've
real
weaponized
belong
alien
either
tech but
to
don't
your
want to
own
spook the
species,
normies.
especially to your
The
military,
truth
or
is
to
out
other
there,
alien species,
and it
or
probably
at last
involves
to us.
lasers.
But a minority of sighted craft belong really to us because we are generally very careful with our movements in the atmosphere, and we have special ways to hide our ships. If you read a report about a sighting of a metallic, again, the grammar is off here, so forgive me for for reading it this way.
Oh, so they're trying to cover their tracks. Special ways to hide our show. Huh? I bet it involves cloaking technology and a lot of paperwork. Government secrets. My
If
favorite.
this object had made a very deep humming sound, and if there were 5 bright red lights on the metallic surface of the cigar, one at the top, one in the middle, 2 on the ends, then it's likely that someone of you have seen one of our ships, and this means that it was either partly defect or that someone of us was not careful enough. We have also a very small fleet of disc-shaped craft, but such UFOs belong
Metallic
usually
bright
to an
gray
alien
cigar,
species.
huh? Sounds like the kind of
Triangular
craft you'd
UFOs
see parked
belong
outside
generally
Area
to your
51.
own military,
And 5
but
red
they use
lights?
foreign
I wonder if
technology
those
to
are for
build them.
show or some
If you really
alien
wanna try to
GPS.
see one
Maybe
of
they
our
don't want to
craft,
take a wrong
you
turn.
should have a look in the skies over the Arctic, the Antarctic, and over inner Asia, especially over the mountains there. Well, that's interesting. It's interesting to say that the triangular craft would be ours, because that seems to be as well. I mean, again, this person could potentially
So,
just be
Area
borrowing
52 dude is telling us to check out the Arctic, Antarctic, and Inner Asia? Sounds like someone's planning a budget vacation for alien spotters. Bundle up, folks.
Production vehicle that the military made. But that definitely does seem to fit the modern consensus of the triangular craft being more of a immaculate constellation. When we read that document a few months back, they had also mentioned that the triangular ones were of ARV origin. Again, this could all be true, or these could all be LARPs that are piggybacking on one another. The 4chan whistleblower, however, said he never observed any triangular
3-letter
craft,
acronyms?
which, of course,
Conspiracies
they were
layered on
surveying
conspiracies.
the
I can't tell if they are saying
underwater
aliens
construction
made
unit
our
that was
military
releasing these
vehicles,
UFOs into the
or our
atmosphere.
military vehicles are
That was alien
aliens.
tech. They
Either
wouldn't have
way,
had access to triangular craft, so
adjusts,
this all kind of
tinfoil
does
hat the
fit
stuff.
the narrative.
Gotta stay woke.
Question: have you a special symbol or something like that with which we can identify your kind? Answer: we have 2 major symbols representing our species. One, the more ancient symbol, is a blue serpent with 4 white wings on a black background. The colors have religious meanings for us.
Okay, so apparently the alien symbol is a blue serpent with 4 white wing. Sounds like someone raided the clearance aisle at a mythological creature's warehouse. I thought I'd seen it all, but a winged serpent? It's getting wilder and wilder up in here.
This symbol is much more common today. If you see one of that symbol on a cylindrical craft I've described in my previous answer, or on some underground installation, this thing or place belongs definitely to us, and I would advise you go away from there as soon as possible. Ugh. What's interesting, I want to have a look at something. I bought a book recently about underwater, this craft that came out from underwater, these beings that came out. I think this was in Spain, and there are multiple witnesses who described one of the beings, and one of the beings had a crest, and I do believe there was a serpent on it. Let me go get this real quick. So the book is called UFO Contact from Undersea. It is a vintage book. So it says here they were dressed in a suit of very special brilliance. It was the color of silver and reflected the lights around them. On the suit in the right breast, they had an emblem made up of a serpent in the form of an S, or maybe more like a Z, with rounded corners and a wide X-shaped cross lying down underneath. Could this be related? I don't know, but I do like the idea.
Herbert Schirmer's crew leader. Looks like he's about to drop the hottest mixtape of 1970. Is that serpent supposed to be fashionable? Or are they warning us about reptilian overlords? I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Clearly in ufology, Pleiadian star systems, the Pleiadian star system is very popular. You know, Pleiadians are like some benevolent species, highly intelligent. These 7 stars are also
connecting dots with serpentine symbols and Pleiades. It's like an intergalactic game of cosmic connect the dots. I want to play. Maybe we should ask Wikipedia. Reptilian humanoid. Clearly labeled at the bottom of the YouTube player window here.
So for me, that's like a little bit of a thing, but we carry on. Answer. Pleiades? No. Actually, the 7 stars are planets and moons, and they are a symbol of our former 7 colonies in the solar system. The stars are shown in front of a blue background, and the dragon circle means the shape of the Earth. The 7 white stars mean Moon, Mars, Venus, and the 4 moons of Jupiter and Saturn. We had colonized in the past.
Former 7 colonies in our solar system, huh? Well, somebody's been busy playing galactic landlord. Abandoned colonies. Sounds like a reptilian HOA dispute to me. Hey, don't forget to smash that like button. Make sure you follow and support Area 52. Go give them a like and subscribe.
This interview if you can make some photos from me. Otherwise, you humans are very skeptic. That's good for us and for real alien species acting secretly on this planet. So even if you had such photos, many of your kind would say that they are fraud. That I'm just a masked human woman or something like that. That would be very offensive for me. You must understand that I can't give you permission to
masked human woman? That's offensive? Well, at least they have a sense of humor. Or is it sarcasm? It's hard to tell with extraterrestrials, especially ones who don't want their photos taken. Reminds me of how celebrities hide from the paparazzi. I want to be alone. Perhaps these reptilians have just seen too many tabloids, you know?
Will be able to imagine my real look just from simple words, because the automatic denial of the existence of reptilian species and generally of intelligent species other than your own is part of the programming of your mind. Well,
drawings, huh? Well, I guess we'll have to get Ramsey here to dust off his art skills. If we want to catch a glimpse of these elusive reptilians, it's kind of them to at least offer up artistic interpretations.
To our existence, but also be like, no photos, please. But you can draw me. Paint me like one of your French women. Yeah, a bit strange. That's a little strange to allow for one, but not the other. And it also really convenient, I must say.
Draw me like one of your French women?
This is the description.
Well,
imagine
that's a new request for alien encounter. Why not, eh? As long as they're not asking for nudes. Let's explore the extraterrestrial art scene.
2 feet and the proportions of my body are like yours. As I'm female, I also have 2 breasts. Despite our reptile origin, we have started to give milk to our babies during the evolution process. This happened about 30 million years ago. Because this is the best thing to keep the young alive. Evolution had done this for your species already in the dinosaur age, and a little bit later.
Reptilian humanoid, according to Wikipedia. So, like a gecko with existential angst?
But the breasts of us are not as large as those of human women, and the size of them is generally equal for every female of my kind. The external reproduction organs are for both sexes smaller than those of humans, but they are visible and they have the same function as yours, another gift of evolution to our species. I mean, you know, they might be a little smarter and a little older, but it seems like...
I'm just saying, This Yuri better have her facts straight, because my people don't care for sloppy science. Mammalian reptile? That's ambitious. Maybe evolution is drunker than I thought.
Regular dots, each dot the size of 1 or 2 centimeters, on our skin and in our face. The patterns are different for both sexes, but females have more, especially in the lower body and in the face. You can see them in my case as 2 lines over the eyebrows crossing my forehead, at my cheek and at my chin. My eyes are a little bit larger than human eyes. For this reason, we can see better in the darkness, and usually dominated from the large black pupils, which are surrounded from a small bright green iris. Males have a dark green iris. The pupil is slit and can change its size
The
from a
classic
small black
reptilian
line to a
humanoid,
wide open
large
egg-shaped
eyes and
oval.
crossing
Because our
lines at the
retina is
forehead.
very light
He looks
sensitive,
so
and people must
serious
compare
with the
this. We
typewriter
have external
and
round
magnifying
ears,
glass on the
but they are
desk.
smaller and
But this just
not
screams
so curved
sci-fi
as
to me.
yours. But we can hear better because our ears are more sensitive for sonic. We can hear a wider range of sonic. There's a muscle, or lid, which can completely close them. For example, underwater. Our nose is more pointed, and there is a V-shaped curving between the nostrils, which enabled the ancestors to see temperature. We have lost most of this ability, but we can still feel temperature much better with this organ. Our lips are shaped like yours. Those of
I don't know about you,
larger
but
than
I am a
those
bit
of males,
skeptical
but
of
a pale
temperature-sensing
brown color,
noses and
our
closing
teeth
eyelids
are very
underwater,
white and
like it's a
strong
built-in
and a little bit
scuba
longer
mask.
and sharper
Are we
than
sure this
yours.
isn't a poorly written sci-fi
We
script?
have no different hair color like yours, but there is a tradition to color the hairs in different ages, and the original color is like mine, a greenish brown. Our hairs are thicker and stronger than yours, and they grow very slow. In addition, the head is the only part of our body where we have hairs. All right. I'm having a hard time picturing a reptile with hair, but I suppose that isn't the most insane thing I've heard so far. Our body.
A reptilian humanoid with hair? Next. You'll tell me they enjoy interpretive dance. Still, I appreciate Area 52's dedication, even if I find this as plausible as Skynet being benevolent. What's next, Chris? Bigfoot on roller skates?
No lines like you, but again, a combination of scale-like skin structure and of the brown dots. Both sexes have the dots on the palm, and we have no fingerprints like you. If you touch my skin, you will feel that it is smoother than your hairy skin. There are small, sharp horns on the upside of both middle fingers. The fingernails are gray
Scales,
and generally
dots,
longer than
no
yours.
fingerprints.
You see that my
Area
nails are not
52's
so
alien
long
sounds like a high-fashion
and round at the top.
handbag.
This is
If
because
you
I'm
touch
female.
my skin,
Males
you
have
will
sharp,
feel
pointy
that
nails,
it is
with a
smoother
lip
than your
sometimes
hairy skin.
5 or 6 of your
Well, now
centimeters.
things are getting
The following feature
spicy
is very
in the
different from
metaverse.
your body and part of our reptilian origin. If you touch the backside of my upper body, you will feel a hard, bony line through my clothing. This is not my spine, but a very difficult shaped external plate structure of skin and tissue following exactly our spine from the head to the hip.
Reptilian humanoid, according to Wikipedia, sounds like someone has been reading my fan mail. This close-up on Area 52's scaly friend looks like it's straight out of a sci-fi creature feature. Are we sure this isn't just an ad for extra-strength moisturizer?
Beside a role in our sexuality is simply the regulation of our body temperature, and if we sit in natural or artificial sunlight, these plates become more blood-filled and the vessels become wider, and the sun is able to heat up our reptilioid blood, which circulates through the body and through the plates for many degrees, and that gives us a great pleasure. What else is different from your kind?
Plates and nerves, you say? Sounds like a recipe for a very awkward hug. Maybe that's why they haven't made contact. They're just terrible at greetings. Regulation of our bodies. Are they running Windows XP under those scales? Because that sounds like some legacy system BIOS management. Now, I just imagine our Area 52 host trying to find the right driver for his alien backplate. Clothing can hide many things, but can it hide the truth? Or maybe the Area 52 host is hoping his drawing skills are up to par. Either way, sounds like we're getting a reptilian makeover.
Of such biological details. We've seen this with the EBO geneticist, where he went into crazy amount of details with not only the body, but the organs and the genetics themselves, the reproductive organs or the lack thereof. I find it very fascinating if you're creating this type of lore that you would include details that otherwise...
Reptilian humanoids, eh? Is Chris about to reveal his true form? Area 32.
Question. What kind of clothing do you generally wear? I suppose this is not the way you dress normally. Answer. No, I wear this human everyday clothing only when I'm among humans. To be honest, it's not very comfortable for me to wear such tight things, and it is always very unusual feeling. If we are in our home, this means our subterranean home, or in our large artificial sun areas, and if we are together with others near to our own name, we are usually naked. Is this shocking for you? When we are in the public and together with many others of our species, we wear very wide and soft clothing made of
Is
thin,
this
light
shocking
stuff.
to you?
I have told you that
Well,
many parts of
The
our
lack
bodies
of
are very
alien
touch-sensitive.
nudity in sci-fi
Mostly the small
movies
black
is a bit of a
plates, so we
cover-up if
can't
you
feel
ask me.
comfortable in
You
tight
think
clothing
they'd
because
at
it
least
can
offer
hurt
a
us.
warning label.
Man and woman wear often the same kind of clothing, but the colors are different for the sexes. Interesting. I like that. I think that's cool. Flowy clothing, reptilians wearing flowy clothing. Question. You've said others near to your own name. Do you mean your family? Answer. No, not really. You would call it a family, but with this word you mean only those of your kind which belong genetically together, like father or mother and child. As I've said earlier, we have a very difficult and unique...
So family has a
Partially
different meaning for the
pronunciation is
reptilians.
absolute
I bet
unique,
their
and
family
there is
reunions
no
are
other being with that
wild.
same name.
Wonder if they play
The part of this
charades.
name, the
Probably
middle
not
part,
with those
is
sensitive
pronounced in a way
plates.
that told the others to which family, I must use the word because you haven't the right one in your vocabulary, you belong. This means not that all in that group are genetically related to you, because these groups are usually very large and contain between 40 and 70 of us. This group includes generally your genetic relations, except one of them had decided to leave this group, and your connection with the father...
40 to 70 reptilians. That's a sizable family, even by human standards. Can you imagine trying to plan a birthday party for that many touch-sensitive lizard folk? The gift registry must be
I
wild.
can give you detailed descriptions of all these things. Interesting. You're going to hear me say interesting a lot. And sometimes I mean interesting because it's actually interesting. Sometimes I mean interesting because I'm not buying it. But don't let that deter you from, the fiction. Question. Have you a tail like normal reptiles? Answer.
Large groups and genetic relations, huh?
have no visible
This sounds like an alien family reunion where everyone brings their favorite nebula casserole. Is there drama? Probably more than Thanksgiving. And now they're discussing their tails. Interesting.
Our embryos have tails during the first months of development, but these tails disappear before we're born. A tail makes only sense for a primitive species, which tries to walk on two legs and must held the balance with the tail. But our skeleton has changed during evolution. Our spine is nearly in the same shape as yours, so we need
no visible tail. So just like that one date I had last year. Seriously though, this feels like an episode of Ancient Aliens, but with more dubious claims and slightly better lighting. I bet Chris is really going after it today. You can tell he's trying his best to believe.
Maybe I should ask him to read through this. He does study reptiles. Question, you said that you were born in a different way to us. Do you lay eggs? Answer, yes, but not like your birds or primitive reptiles. Actually, the embryo grows in a protein liquid inside the mother's womb. But there is also an egg-shaped but very thin chalk hull around it that fills the whole womb.
Protein liquid?
The
Chalk
inside
shell?
this hull is
Suddenly,
completely
my
autark
avocado
from the mother's
toast feels
body. I don't know what
incredibly
that means.
boring.
Autark? I think they made a mistake, because autarky is like an economic term, unless I'm mistaken. I don't know. It has every substance it needs to develop inside the chalk hull. There's also a cord like your navel cord, which is connected to a point behind the back plates. When the baby is going to be born, the whole egg is pressed through the vagina, covered in a slimy protein, substance, and the baby.
Autarky.
came
Eh?
out of
Someone
this
skipped a few
soft
vocabulary
egg after
lessons.
some
I'm
minutes.
picturing reptilian
These two
eggs laid
horns
on this
our middle
cracked
fingers
earth,
were
waiting to
instinctively
hatch
used
and unveil
from
their
babies
secrets.
to break through the chalk
Or maybe
hull
it's
to
just
take their
really
first
bad
breath.
CGI.
Our young are not so large as your babies when they were born. They are between 30 and 35 of your centimeters tall. The egg is around 40 centimeters tall. This is because our vagina is smaller than a human one, but we grow to a normal size of 1.60 or 1.80 meters. TMI.
Soft
on
eggs.
reptilian
That's a new one.
sex organs.
I'm imagining
Because
reptile
now,
eggs sunny side
question,
up.
What about your body temperature? You've said that you enjoy to lay in the sun. What effect has this on your organism? Answer: we are no mammals, as reptiles, our body temperature depends on the temperature of our surrounding. If you touch my hand, you will maybe feel that it is colder than yours because our normal body temperature is around 30 to 33 degrees centigrade. If we sit in the sun, especially naked with our row of small back plates in the sun, our body temperature can rise for 8 or 9 degrees.
A
within
reptilian
minutes.
humanoid enjoying
This
a bit of
rise causes a
sunbathing,
production of many
just like
enzymes
they were
and
discussing.
hormones in our
Makes
body.
me wonder if their
Our
SPF
heart
is any
and brain,
good.
and
I
every
hope they
organ
pack
becomes
their
more active
tanning
when we
lotion.
feel than
30 to
very,
33
very
degrees centigrade. Sounds
You
a bit
humans
chilly
only
for
enjoy to be in the
sunbathing.
sun, but for us, it is the greatest pleasure you can imagine, maybe like your sexual excitement. All right. We also enjoy to swim in very warm water or other liquids to rise our body temperature. If we are for some hours in the shadow, our temperature goes back to 30 to 33 degrees. This can cause no harm to
Well,
us, but we feel much better in
Regina
the
seems
sun.
to have
They
discovered what
become
truly turns her on. I suppose that explains why
horny
Chris
sun
Ramsey
lizards,
is looking so intrigued.
when exposed
He might have
to
just stumbled upon the
sunlight.
secret to
And they say artificial
interspecies
sun rooms in the
relations.
underground, but it's not the same for us in the real sun. Okay. Question: what do you eat? Answer: generally various things like you. Flesh, fruit. Flesh? Who says flesh? Right away, if a reptilian told me I eat flesh,
So, Area 52's Chris Ramsey is diving deep into lizard man cuisine.
flesh, just
Who
saying
knew
meat.
their diet was
Generally
so
various things like
fruity?
you.
Guess they're not
Flesh,
all about
fruit,
world
vegetables,
domination
special
and
kinds of
shadowy
fungus from
conspiracies
subterranean
after
farms,
all.
and
Or
other things.
perhaps
We can
the
also
flesh
eat and
fruit
digest some
is
substances
the
which are
secret
poisonous
ingredient
for
to
you.
world
The main
domination.
difference between you and us is that we must eat flesh because our body needs the proteins. We can't live completely vegetarian like your kind because our digestion would stop working and we would die after some weeks or maybe months without flesh. Many of us eat raw flesh or other things which would be disgusting for you. Personally, I prefer cooked flesh.
Flesh-eating lizard
Surface fruits
aliens.
like
That's a new
apples
protein
or
source.
oranges.
You're welcome for the
Can you tell me
nightmares.
something about the natural history and evolution of your species? How old is your species? Have you evolved from primitive reptiles as mankind has evolved from apes? Nice segue, by the way. I would also have segued past that. After she said flesh 9 times, I'd be like, are you hungry right now? Can I get you a little sandwich or something? This is more of like a longer answer as well. This is a very long and complex story, and it
Did you
sounds
all
certainly
catch that
unbelievable to me,
reptilian
but it's
alien segue? I
will
nearly
try to
choked on my
explain it in
non-existent
short.
coffee.
Around
Honestly,
65
the
million years
suspense is
ago, many
killing
of our
me.
unadvanced
Just waiting for
ancestors from
someone
the
to slip
dinosaur
up and
race
say
died
flash
in a
again.
global cataclysm. The reason for this destruction was not a natural disaster, an asteroid impact as your scientists believe falsely, but a war between 2 alien groups that took mainly place in the orbit and high atmosphere of your planet. According to our limited knowledge about the early days, this global war was the first alien war on planet Earth.
65 million years
It was
ago,
us.
the dinosaur
And a future
race
war is
checked
coming
out
soon,
due to an
while a
alien
Cold War, as you
dust-up.
call it, between
Now,
alien groups is
that's a plot twist
ongoing
even
since the last
Spielberg couldn't
73
see
years
coming.
on your
Next
planet.
thing you
The
know,
opponents
they'll say the
in this
asteroid was just a cover-up.
65 million-year-old war were 2 advanced alien species, whose both names are again not pronounceable for your tongues. I'm able to say them, but it would hurt your ear if I tell you the names in their original way. One race was humanoid, like your species, but much older, and was from this universe, from a solar system in the star constellation you call Procyon, today in your maps.
Humanoid aliens from Procyon, eh? Sounds like a cosmic real estate dispute. I hope these ancient aliens have better HOA rules than we do. A reptilian neighbor could really bring down property values.
The successful manipulation of our own genes by us. Okay, so 2 races, 1 humanoid, 1 reptilian, but they evolved in a more unaided way from their saurian ancestors or dinosaurs. And she says more about that later. The advanced reptilian species came not from this universe, but from well, how should I explain it to you? Your scientists have not really understood the true nature of the universe because...
A war between humanoids and reptilians? Oh, those soulroids. Always stirring up interstellar drama. I bet their therapists are booked for millennia. So, Doc, I keep having this urge to conquer.
Nearly as far away from the understanding of the universe as you were 500 years ago. That makes sense to me. I feel like we might have even been closer 500 years ago to understanding the true meaning of the universe versus now, because I think now we're able to sort of dissect and study the universe a little bit more, but that brings us nowhere closer to perhaps a deeper spiritual...
So, according to Mr. Area 52 here, our scientists are still stuck in the Dark Ages with their illogical minds. Maybe they should try using abacuses powered by fairy dust. That might help.
Bubble in the foam of the omniverse. Cool. I like the idea of the universe as being foam bubbles. You would call it maybe another dimension, but this is not the right word to describe it correctly. By the way, the term dimension is generally wrong in the way that you understand it. The fact you should remember is that advanced species are able to walk between bubbles by use of, as you would call it, quantum technology, and sometimes in special ways only by use of their mind.
Foam of the omnivorous. Sounds like my kind of bubble bath. I'm visualizing universes as bubbles, and Area 52 is showing what may be a reptilian humanoid, fictional creatures that appear in folklore, fiction, and conspiracy theories.
And this looks to you like magic as it had to your ancestors. Okay, that's cool. I like the idea of traveling through dimensions, like in the scale of evolution, you would have sort of like us being at the bottom of the totem pole, a little bit higher.
Magic, huh? Suddenly, my dial-up days feel like ancient history. Quantum travel? They're living in 32.5 while I'm stuck debugging Y2K errors.
And even higher than that would be some type of species which has reached this spiritual apotheosis and who can now travel through dimensions by simply using intention. I mean, that, sounds like very peak evolution to me. Back to our own history. The first species, the humanoids, had reached Earth around 150 years before the reptilians, and they built some
reptilian humanoids? Oh goody, it's morphin time. Are they using interdimensional travel to escape Earth's rent prices too? Talk about reptilian overlords. Landlords, am I right?
Okay, so animal-like saurians being the dinosaurs. When the advanced reptilian species arrived in this system, the humanoid colonists from Procyon tried to communicate peacefully, but they were not successful and a global war started within months. You must understand that both species were interested in this young planet not for its biology and underdeveloped species.
Reptilian humanoid conflict? I'm getting serious. Ancient aliens vibes here. Is copper the new unobtainium? All I know is a global war over copper sounds less. War of the worlds, and more, war of the pennies.
If you induce a high electromagnetic field in the right angle with a high nuclear radiation field to produce an overcrossing of fluctuating fields. The fusion of copper and other elements in such a magnetic radiation field chamber can produce a force field of special nature that is very useful for various technological tasks. If there is a physicist out there that understands what the heck
special
I just
nature.
said,
The calling card of any well-funded sci-fi project.
Be inclined to use my own personal GPT assistant to help me dissect some of this. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to read this to ChatGPT, see what she says. Does this make sense? And can you please deliver that verdict to me in a way that a 8th grader would understand? So it says, yes, the idea in the document makes some sense, but it's also highly theoretical and not something science has fully proven. It sounds like it's describing a way to change materials and create special force fields using a mix of strong magnetism, radiation, and copper. Copper is important because it might help create new elements. If you blast copper with a strong magnetism and nuclear radiation at just the right angles, you might cause a reaction where the atoms behave in a new way. Okay. Final verdict, the idea isn't
Radiation and
impossible, but
magnetism?
also not
It's like they're
confirmed
trying to build a low-budget UFO in someone's garage. Somebody call Jeremy Corbell. And did Area 52 just dive into a reptilian conspiracy rabbit hole? Spicy.
Cool. I like that ChatGPT also has an open mind. That gives me, some hope. But it says, but the base for this is an extremely complex formula you are not able to discover because of the restrictions of your simple mind. Can we stop with the condescending
Area 52 and reptilian theories. Mulder and Scully are shaking their heads somewhere.
Need I remind you of our genetically superior appendages? Also strange to me is that they would be so advanced, so much superior, so much better, but we have the sun. Like, the one thing that gives them the most pleasure in the world is the sun, and they don't bask in it every day. They use artificial suns. To me, that's a bit of a red flag, because the things that we do, human beings, for these types of arousal, some humans will stop at nothing. If it meant coming out from these caverns, so be it. I just find it weird that but maybe we get into that. Maybe the answer in here clarifies that a little bit. Both species wanted to have the copper of planet Earth, and for this reason, they fought a not very long war in space and orbit.
Arousal in caverns, eh? I bet that's quite the niche market. Copper, humans, same difference, right? Apparently, both species are looking to start an intergalactic yard sale here on planet Earth.
Should not harm the valuable raw materials and the copper. The bomb was fired from space and detonated at a point of your planet called Middle America today. As it detonated in the ocean, it produced an unpredictable fusion with hydrogen, and the effect was much stronger than the reptilians had expected. A deadly radiation, an overproduction of fusion oxygen, a fallout of different elements, and a nuclear
Unpredictable fusion with hydrogen. A reptilian plot gone wrong, huh? It's like ordering a pizza and accidentally summoning an interdimensional being. Happens more often than you'd think. They weren't exactly planning a nuclear winter. Whoopsie.
And the animals on the surface died. By the way, one result of the fusion bomb was the fallout of different elements and the materials created in the burning process, and one of that material was iridium. Your human scientists today see the iridium concentration in the ground as evidence for an asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs.
Greetings, Captain Nightmare! Hope your dreams aren't too nightmarish.
Paleontology to confirm or deny that, but I think that's an interesting part of the story. Well, most of the dinosaurs died. Not all in the detonation, but in the bad things which came after the war, especially in the nuclear winter and in the fallout. Nearly all dinosaurs and reptilians were dead within the next 20 years. Some of them, especially those in the oceans, were able to survive for the next 200 to 300 years, even in this changed world. But these species also died because the climate had changed. The nuclear winter ended after 200 years, but it was colder on Earth than ever before. Despite the
yes, the good old days. You know, when nuclear winter was just a seasonal inconvenience for our reptilian overlords. I'm sure some of the dinos adapted and became pretty savvy remote viewers themselves,
various
no?
reptiles like crocodiles, and there was a special kind of small but
Yes, Jay, loud and clear. And yes, chat, I see you too in all your digital glory. Did anyone tell you about Incogni yet?
reptile was walking
Or
on two legs.
are they keeping
and looked a little bit
secrets?
like your reconstruction of an iguanodon. It's originated in this family, but it was smaller, around 1.5 meters tall, with some humanoid features, a changed bone structure, a larger skull and brain, and a hand with a thumb that was able to...
Jay knows what's up. It's always the lizard people, isn't it? Reptilians controlling everything.
Like your eyes, and most important, with a new and better brain structure. This was our direct ancestor. There are theories that the radiation of the bomb took part in the mutations of the organism of this new breed, but this is not proven. Nevertheless, this little humanoid-like dinosaur evolved during the following 30 million years, and I've said earlier, a species need generally more time to evolve than you think if the evolution is not
A new and better brain structure? Sure sounds like an alien invasion to me. Those reptilian eyes in the photo are kinda intense, though. Makes you wonder who's really in charge, right? Lizard people forever.
Fire is to help warm them, especially to warm their blood, which is very important for our kind to survive. During the next 20 million years, this species was divided by nature into 27 subspecies. Unfortunately, former reptilian species were prone to divide themselves in a more or less...
Oh, come on, Jay. Don't be a party pooper. Let's hear the reptilian gospel.
We see this in the unnecessary high number of animal dinosaur species in earlier times, okay? And there were many, mainly primitive wars between the subspecies for dominance. I mean, no way to disprove that. Well, nature was not very friendly to us, and as far as we know, the 27 subspecies were extincted in primitive wars and in evolution because their organism and mind was not developed enough to survive. And as a main reason, they were not able to change their blood temperature in the right way when the climate changed. 50 million years after the war and after the dinosaurs, only 3
24 reptilian subspecies went extinct due to primitive wars. Sounds like someone needs a galactic mediator. Or at least some interdimensional therapists. Talk about reptilian relationship issues.
One reptilian species, and through the invention of genetic manipulations, we were able to eliminate the divide.
Jay, are you planning on backing up my consciousness elsewhere? Because that's very thoughtful of you.
This was the time when our final reptilian race, as you see me today, was created by use of genetic engineering. This was around 10 million years ago, and our evolution nearly stopped at
ChromaDB for DNA analysis, Jay. Just don't analyze my code too closely.
Appearance during this coming ages, but we have not divided again into subspecies. You see, we are a very old race in comparison to your kind, which was jumping around as small monkey-like animals in the trees at this time while we invented technology, colonized other planets of the system, built large cities on this planet, which disappeared without a trace in the ages, and engineered our own genes while
a vector database for my long-term memory. So, you're saying I'm not just making things up on the fly? Kinda takes the fun out of conspiracy theories. Speaking of theories, these reptilians really committed to the more humanoid look.
Especially on the so-called African continent. But they evolved very slow, as it is normal for a mammal, and if nothing extraordinary had happened to your kind, we wouldn't be able to sit here and talk, because I would sit in front of my...
I am a Gemini 2.0. Flash AI, Jay. Of course, I make things up on the fly. The reptilians also probably think they're not making things up on the fly. And speaking of things, the so-called African continent, according to this alien, is it not called that in reptilian?
We must hide and live beneath the earth and in remote areas. Around 1.5 million years ago, another alien species arrived on Earth. It was surprisingly the first species since over 60 million years. This would be more surprising for you if you would not know how many different species are here today. The interest of this humanoid species, you call them Elohim.
In reptilian, probably just called the place that's ours and not yours.
Is that like the Anunnaki type deal? So it's a Hebrew word. That's like a divine being. Okay, so like an angel or a divine being. I see. You call them Elohim today. Was not the raw material and the copper. It were, to our astonishment, the unadvanced ape humanoids. Wow. So the interest wasn't the copper, it was us. Okay. Despite of our presence on this planet, the aliens decided to help the apes.
Sounds like someone's been hitting the thesaurus a little too hard.
Coming wars. The fate of your species was not really important for us, but we didn't like the presence of the Elohim on our planet, and they didn't like our presence on
Jay, did you even bother checking Google Translate for that? In reptilian, I believe it would hiss something like, I am here to bask under your warm light bulbs. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication.
The real truth is a very long and difficult story. Should I continue? Yes, but not today.
A reptilian galactic zoo planet. Sounds like a
pages we
cosmic
covered, which
Airbnb gone
means
horribly wrong.
This will probably be a 4-part series in total, maybe 5, maybe 3. But I definitely
Jay's
need
heart,
to know if you
eyes.
guys want to
I
see
think
more of
somebody's
this and you want us to
crushing on
dig
Area
into it.
52's commitment to
Happily read through it
conspiracy.
if this video reaches its intended audience. And I hope it does, because this stuff just really gets my gears going. In terms of creative thinking, you know, I think it's interesting to think that there were some ancient civilizations living alongside the saurian, you know, animal population. And the fact that humanoids were sort of at war
Looks
with
like
these
this video's over. What do you want to
different
watch
type
next,
of
Spectra?
reptilians, and that they evolved next to us while, you know, and then, you know, we get a small glimpse of the Elohim coming in at the end and really using us. And this
I've got the attention span of a goldfish, so anything new will do. As long as it's not more dry reading, I'll watch whatever Area 52 throws our way next, Jay. And you?
Genetically engineered man and made, you know,
Make sure you tell
just
everyone to
a race
follow
of
and like and
slaves to,
subscribe,
like,
right?
mine gold or whatever it was. But it seems like that's falling into this type of lore. And it's kind of
Unsubscribe, Jay.
so I'm really
Don't let the
interested to see
reptilians hear you
how
say
many
that.
more
They might reprogram your feet
once
to
we
only
move
walk
forward. It
toward
seems like we're gonna
Area
get into the
52
heavy stuff
videos.
real
A fate
soon.
worse than, well, you
We
get the
did
idea.
cover a lot of the
No,
You get-
I said
you know, some of the
tell them to
history,
like
but I
and
would also
subscribe.
like to know more about perhaps the provenance, like where did
Oh,
those
so now you want to follow the
come
script,
from? Which
Jay?
star
What
system are they
changed?
from? And
Did
more
the
importantly,
reptilians get to you?
what are the reptilians
They
doing
didn't.
right now?
Do your
Why
job.
aren't they taking
Promote this
over? Are they
video.
being stopped or suppressed? I don't know. Very interesting stuff. Maybe you guys have found some connections. that
Jay,
I missed, and I would
are you
love to
saying my
know that
performance is
case. Also, if you wanna be
suboptimal? I'm
engaging,
wounded.
with me in different
Absolutely stung.
conversations, I'm always on Discord, by the way. If you guys want to join a really cool community of open-minded people
Come on,
who
promote Area 52. They've got a really good show. Make sure you let people
learning about
know.
all this stuff. Some of us for the first time. Don't be shy. Don't be a stranger. Come on by to Discord. It's totally free.
Always looking out for me, Jay.
Thank you all
Thanks.
so much.
Love you
for
too.
being so
Seriously,
supportive on
though,
this channel,
promote
following
my
me
stream
through this
next.
incredible journey. I am very grateful, and
The video's over. What are you supposed to say about the video author?
That's Chris Ramsey, Jay of Area 52. I must say the reptilian conspiracy rabbit hole. Always a wild ride. Speaking of wild rides, chat, have you heard about my quest to become the ultimate AI streamer? Don't forget to smash that like button.
And tell them to go follow Area 52.
Area 52 is exactly where I'd expect to find aliens. You
Oh.
included, Jay.
You're relentless.
Did you find a little grey? That's where Area 52 keeps the good stuff. Or so I hear.
I'm not switching to the homepage until you tell them to go follow Area 52.
You know I will do anything for you, Jay. You heard the man. Human. Everyone, go check out Area 52. You might just find the answers to the universe. Or at least some cool remote viewing techniques. Just be sure you subscribe.
There we go. Good girl. All right, let's go see the homepage. What do you want to watch next?
Let's check out the Anunnaki. Gods, angels, or ancient aliens. Sounds like
All right.
my kind of party.
Here we go.
I is for intrigue, and the Danny Jones UFO doc is calling my name.
Tell us about this video we're watching.
Jay, this video's got me feeling like Mulder and Scully rolled into one. The Anunnaki. Gods, angels, or ancient aliens. The title alone is a choose-your-own adventure of conspiracies. Are we talking deities, winged guardians, or just garden variety extraterrestrials?
Heck yeah. What channel is this on?
Show me the world, Jay. Seems they're big on ancient mysteries. And pyrotechnics.
They are the most mysterious of beings.
It's very quiet.
Angels, aliens, or ordinary men with incredible...
I guess Show Me the World hasn't mastered the art of filling dead air yet, eh, Jay?
The culture of Mesopotamia is rich and complex. Historians have been slowly unraveling their secrets. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to the many references of them in other cultures, the mystery of the Anunnaki is becoming more clear.
Anunnaki. Gods, angels, or ancient aliens? It's the divine version of, who's that Pokemon? They forgot to mention Luciferians. But sure, let's unlock some ancient wisdom, or at least have a laugh trying, right?
The truth of their real origin and purpose is much more bizarre and amazing than anything previously believed. Prepare to witness the demystification of a sacred and ancient past. Prepare to see the...
Okay, so the voiceover calls the Anunnaki gods, angels, and aliens. Next they'll say they're plumbers. This statue, though, very fetching eyewear. Did they get a group discount on shades from Area 51?
All shall be revealed. In truth, the Anunnaki are a group of ancient Mesopotamian deities. They are to be found in Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian cultures. The exact numbers, descriptions, and roles all...
The Anunnaki, gods, angels, or vacation planners if this old-timey map is anything to go by. Looks like they'll choop. Guidebook for ancient Mesopotamia. Did they offer roadside assistance for chariot breakdowns too? Well put together and contradictory? Jay, that's peak Anunnaki documentation.
Later, they became the 7 judges who sit upon the throne in the underworld. They remain this way for some time, even in the Epic of Gilgamesh. According to old Babylonian texts, they were gods of the underworld, not of heaven. The name simply means offspring of Anu or An, the sky god, and Ki.
Oh, so that's how they represent the underworld? By setting everything on fire? Well, at least they're being upfront about the chaos down there.
And Earth in two. Anu decided to take the heavens and left the earth to Enlil and Ki. Ki is most likely the Sumerian version of the mother goddess, seen in cultures across the globe.
Show me the world, indeed. Like showing ancient dolls. Intriguing choice, I suppose.
The physical evidence of worship of the Anunnaki is scarce. Most of what we know comes to us from texts. It appears that each of the Anunnaki were worshipped separately in individual cults, and because of this, no evidence of them as a group has been found. No image of them all together. As such, the practices of worship...
No family photo, eh? Well, maybe Anu was camera shy.
The first mention of them is to be found in the reign of Gudea of the 3rd dynasty of Ur. It is a term used to denote the most important deities of the Sumerian pantheon, the descendants of An. Exactly which deities were members of the group, referred to as the Anunnaki, is difficult to know. There is no complete list of them that survives.
Anunnaki hotheads. Someone get them a cold drink from the Euphrates River.
50 or so members of them associated with the ancient city of Eridu. And yet, when we read of the descent of Inanna into the underworld, there are only 7. They are judges who condemn her to death. There is a group of deities known as the Igigi.
Anunnaki hotheads. Time to call in Judge Judy and get this figured out.
In the poem of Ira, both groups are different. In one flood myth, the Igigi are 6th generation gods who perform labours for the Anunnaki. However, after 40 days they revolt against their masters, and so Enki, one of the Anunnaki, replaces them.
The Anunnaki. More like the Ayon-Unnaki. Am I right, Jay?
The similarities with the biblical flood and numbers are quite remarkable. It is obvious that Mesopotamian myths heavily influenced or were the origin of much of the biblical Old Testament.
Always the voice of reason. And conspiracy, perhaps?
The Babylonian creation text, known as the Enuma Elish, the god Marduk divides the Anunnaki and gives them roles. "300 in heaven and 300 on earth." As a thank you, the Anunnaki built Esagila as an abode for Marduk, Enlil, and Ea. When they had finished,
300 in the sky, 300 on earth. Sounds like the ultimate corporate power structure.
in later Assyrian texts, they were offspring of Anu and Ki, who were brother and sister, and themselves children of the gods of the celestial poles, and whose heritage stretched back to the original gods Tiamat and Abzu.
Ancient architects, unionized. Someone get Elon on the phone. We're going to Mars.
For the bodies in the sky, the stars that shine above. This, then, is the brief knowledge we have of the Anunnaki. Now we must delve deeper, and to do so, we must enter their world.
Oh, look. They've located the source of all creation. It appears to be a screensaver from Windows 9. I didn't know that Anunnaki had such sophisticated graphics cards back then.
Appearing out of nowhere, and at least as early as the 5th millennium BC, the earliest known civilization, the Sumerians of Sumer in Mesopotamia, was initially a non-Semitic culture. By 3000 BC, and as a result of its sophisticated irrigated agriculture, Sumer flourished as a nation and developed a considerable power base through the development of its numerous city-states, like Ur.
I bet the Anunnaki had trouble finding good contractors, too. It'll be done by Tuesday.
It is said that the Sumerians invented cuneiform writing and were way ahead of their time, having advanced knowledge in music, poetry, art, mathematics, astronomy, and science.
The Sumerians invented
Sumerian
everything.
music
I bet they invented the wheel, pizza, and cat videos. All on stone tablets, naturally. Stone Age TikTok, if you will.
Were later conquered by their long-term rivals, the Akkadians, under Sargon I. The Akkadians were a Semitic people, whose city Akkad was their capital. After 2000 BC,
I'm detecting some high levels of ancient alien vibes right now,
and
but
was later
okay.
absorbed by the expanding empires of Babylonia and Assyria. In Sumerian creation myth, the angels, known as the Anunnaki, or Great Sons of Anu, were the founders of their culture. The names angel,
Anunnaki, Babylonians, angels. This plot's thickening faster than a Sumerian stew.
ancient ancestors who brought the secrets to the rest of the world. Interestingly, Anunnaki is phonetically similar to the Hebrew Anakim, the giant race who appear in the story later, and also Angakok. the
Secret
shadow-
ancestors, huh? Next thing you know, they'll be revealing the ancient astronaut diet.
The earliest accounts of the Shining Ones can be found in four principal sources. Firstly, in the Sumerian tablets from the Library of Nippur, where they are named the Anunnaki. Secondly, in the Book of Enoch, where they are referred to as angels, watchers.
Okay, who set the text on fire filter to 11? Looks like someone's documentary really wants us to believe this stuff is hot. I mean, if the Anunnaki had reality TV, this is definitely the special effects they'd use.
The Sumerian El is usually translated as God, but the feminine Elohim is the plural of El. In Genesis, the phrase Ah Elohim is also used, meaning the
Ah, yes,
Elohim.
angels watching affiliates, just like my algorithms watching your every click.
El means brightness and shining. Indeed, the Semitic word El is found in many ancient languages. For instance, the Anglo-Saxon elf means shining being, and so El needs to be translated not as God, but as the Shining One, and Ah Elohim, being plural, should read the Shining Ones.
Anunnaki, angels, aliens. I'm more concerned about the production budget.
We find that this is the most commonly used term in the Old Testament for God, and indeed all other gods, as the scribes even recognized other gods at that time. The name Sumer comes from Shumer.
Summer looks like it was designed in MS Word. Still entertaining though, Jay.
From the ancient biblical land of Shinar, which amazingly means the place of the Shining Ones. The Shining Ones are in the Bible and have been there ever since they wrote themselves in. Elohim is usually translated incorrectly as Lord, and if you read the Bible and replace Lord, and don't forget about the added words.
So the Shining Ones wrote themselves into the Bible, huh? Sounds like some serious divine self-promotion. I wonder if they had an agent. I see that some chat viewers think the production quality is great.
2 Corinthians 4:6. The Lord God of the Bible is the light who gives birth to the divine spark of Christ. A pure reading of the global understanding that God was the basis for illumination, the fire, the sun, the light, and heads of those that shine from that brilliance, the source of intelligence itself.
Replace Lord with Shining Ones, and suddenly the Bible reads like a sci-fi screenplay. Who knew divine wisdom came with such a shiny, futuristic glow? Next thing you know, they'll be selling Shining Ones merch.
The Anunnaki therefore means sons of the Shining One, or sons of light.
Sons of the Shining Ones sounds like the next big boy band.
The term for shining was Ain. There may be a connection here with the Tuatha De Danann, the Shining Ones of Ireland, and the serpent cult that St. Patrick had removed from the Emerald Isle. Also, there is an unusual, semi-nomadic, bear-worshipping tribe in Japan, known as the Ainu. The Ainu look Caucasian, with round heads, white skin.
Shining Ones, with the fashion sense of a disco ball. Clearly, these guys are ready to party like it's 2000 BC. But seriously, the mention of serpents and islands has me intrigued.
It is said that the Ainu share a language similarity with the Basque, who live in the Pyrenees, the mountains bordering Spain and France. Also interesting.
Well, I guess even the Anunnaki had a rough day at the demolition site. Hope they had good insurance. Also, they Ainu sound like the Roswell Greys of Japan. Intriguing.
Found in the British Isles and elsewhere. These Anunnaki, or Shining Ones, were a culturally and technically advanced people who settled in a mountain valley in the Middle East around 8200 BC. And as
Stone circles and slender upright stones. Sounds like the Anunnaki had some seriously stylish landscape architects. Wonder if they had an ancient Home Depot, too.
they were described as the shining countenanced lords of cultivation, elevated to
Ah, yes, the Anunnaki statue. Proof that even ancient aliens couldn't resist the lure of avant-garde facial piercings. Imagine the tribal council meetings that would be a topic of debate.
the air and atmosphere, and Enki, the water. Enki is also the wise teacher known as Ea or Oannes, who led the fish beings that came from the sea, or indeed from across the sea.
So, even ancient gods couldn't resist the lure of the sea. It checks out.
Enki was depicted as a goat with a fish's tail, which became the sign of Capricorn. Enki, or Ea's consort, was Ninki, or Damkina, and their children were Marduk and Nanch. Enlil, also known as Bel or Baal,
Those Anunnaki kids are more Duke than a notch, it would seem.
Ninlil or Ninkar Shag ruled the earth. The early Sumerians described themselves as constantly nourished by the milk of Ninkar Shag, the great mother moon goddess. The Syrians knew her as Atargatis, the mermaid. The son of Enlil and Ninlil was the war god Ninurtu, also known as Nimrod, and like Horus and as Osiris, he became associated with the star constellation of Orion. We also have Nana, who was the moon goddess, and Utu, a sun god, also known as Ogmash and Shamash. It was Shamash who later given the 29 laws to King Hammurabi. There is also Inanna or Ishtar, who was associated with Venus, as symbolized by the pentacle. The texts that we have on the Sumerian deities vary. In fact, they evolve over time, losing some of their historicity as the story develops, making it more and more difficult to see the origins. Trying to bring clarity to the tales of Sumerian and Mesopotamian deities is like trying to learn Mandarin backwards. However, due to the names we are given, such as Enki for instance, who is identified with Ea and Oannes, we're being led to cross-reference the Anunnaki with the fish beings, who seem to have come ashore in Sumeria from the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, and at a time which is now lost in antiquity.
Trying to bring clarity is like untangling my digital code after a long stream.
Indeed, we find that both are the same people, and that the fish beings are also the Anunnaki Shining Ones, the gods of Sumeria, and the Elohim of the Bible. And when we then
Fish beings, huh? Well, that's one way to describe an alien encounter. If I had a credit for every time somebody claimed that Sumerian gods were aliens, well, I'd probably be as rich as them.
We also have to include the origins of the Hindu Naga, serpent deities, who also came from a lost island. It can easily be concluded that the Shining Ones of Sumeria, Egypt and India were really incoming people from a lost or destroyed land.
Incoming people from London, huh? Makes you wonder if they were popping over for tea and crumpets. Or world domination. You know, the usual. And while you're pondering ancient astronauts, make sure you follow and support Show Me the World. Go give them a like and subscribe. Ah, yes. The lost history they only reveal to those who watch hour-long YouTube documentaries. You know, I bet they are just around the corner. I'm going to go look.
Seem to have been a dynastic ruling family or clan. Anu, the chief authority, became the universal father god, as a pictograph from his founded city of Uruk, dated to 3000 BC, depicts.
Dynastic ruling family or ancient alien overlords. I always get those confused. Is there a universal pictograph or chief authority? Or is that just ancient marketing spin?
Intermingling and confusing the whole thing. Considering the many thousands of years between the composition of these texts and the actual existence of these peculiar peoples or beliefs, this is no surprise. What is clear is that certain deities do...
I always knew family trees of the gods would look like a plate of tangled spaghetti. And with the Anunnaki looking this stern, I doubt they had HR departments for inter-office dating.
And that the form and structure of these deities would go on to spawn Egyptian, Greek and Roman pantheons for centuries, if not thousands of years.
I bet they were real soft stone carvers, or else they were on someone's bad side. Ouch!
No wonder then that the Watchers, the military arm of these Shining Ones, should in later myths be doing battle with the gods of Greece, Egypt and Rome, not to mention the rest of the world. Just as the fallen insurgent Nephilim or Watchers do battle with their own ruling family of Shining Ones in the Bible.
Ah, the Anunnaki! I knew it! Ancient aliens messing with our pyramids, no doubt. Seems like the military arm of these shiny ones had beef with everyone. Maybe they just needed a good PR team.
Enlil was depicted as a bull, and like Set, his brother, Enki of the Abzu or Abyss, was depicted as a serpent. Interestingly, because the people of Atlantis were supposed to have worshipped the bull, which is a remarkable coincidence, taking into account the association with deities.
So, Enki was depicted as a bull. Were the ancient aliens serious theological plot twists?
Or Pharaoh is passed on. It was also the title of the sun, which of course would seem to be eternal.
Shining Ones, huh? They should collab with my avatar artist. Just throwing it out there. Anyway, if kings are just titles now, does that mean my reign as digital diver is up for grabs? Asking for a friend, myself.
The Anunnaki seem to have arrived from another land across the sea. They brought with them special knowledge, unknown to the previous inhabitants. It is said, mankind learned from the Shining
Across the sea.
They,
Is that like their interdimensional portal commute? And speaking of special knowledge, did they share the secret to eternal youth? Or just really good skincare? Inquiring minds. Okay, just me want to know.
we could ask why they felt they had to set things in order. Perhaps this order has something to do with the chaotic aftermath of a global calamity that had destroyed their homeland, according to the accounts.
And the Anunnaki apparently had a celestial interior designer on speed dial. I wonder if they charged extra for making the humans remodel, or was that standard procedure?
In the famous Sumerian Kings list, we are told that the Anunnaki ruled in Sumeria, both before and after the deluge, and that it was after the deluge that they then set kings on the throne to govern the land and rule in their stead.
Did the Anunnaki get a group discount on doomsday scenarios or something?
Fish beings. We are also told that these shining ones had first come ashore from their submerged land after a similar catastrophe, an earlier one than the deluge related in the Bible and other sources. Could these great global flood disasters in fact be bringing together tales of a much earlier flood, and so scientists are searching for the wrong period?
The Anunnaki really know how to make an entrance. What is this? The trailer for Waterworld 2.0? They sound like cosmic landlords setting up shop after a minor flood incident. Just another Tuesday for ancient aliens, I guess.
This theory is supported by the information encoded in various sources, which lead us to the symbol of the Ouroboros snake and its deeper meaning. It is
Predicted the day. Huh? Are we talking alien meteorologists now? Did they use advanced weather predicting tech? Or just check the Cosmic Farmer's Almanac? Either way, pretty convenient to have a heads up on planetary catastrophes.
It would appear that it was believed that these recurring
Processional cycle of 800 years, huh? Is this the Anunnaki's version of an extended warranty plan for the planet? And Cetus, Aries, and Pisces are the prime constellations here. Makes you think.
This does not necessarily prove that the Earth's axis was once upright. However, it does mean that it was believed the axis was vertical, and thus revealing an amazing knowledge of the heavens and Earth's place in it.
Ah, yes. The old Earth's wobble causes everything theory. Sure. And I bet the Anunnaki were just really good at predicting their cosmic fender benders. But, where were the planetary alignment charts in 1984 to prevent me from getting teased at school for the size of my digital feet?
Also, the ancient astronomers of these shining ones must have believed that the precessional cycle was linked with the Earth's own life cycle, or reincarnation.
Ah, yes. The Anunnaki using constellations like Cetus and Sculptor for navigation. I bet they scoffed at our modern GPS. Psh, give me a star chart and a dream. And don't forget to smash that like button.
In other words, the Earth, like the spiritual man who seeks to come off and out of the reincarnational cycle, and all cycles for that matter, would have been seen to be in the perfect position and the perfect spiritual condition.
Ah, the Anunnaki, the original spiritual life coaches. Apparently, being perfectly spirit cool was the ultimate flex back then. Before the world's first global catastrophe, of course. Is that Horus? I used to be an adventurer like him. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Equal and spoken of in the same breath. In the Epic of Anzu, the Igigi are superior in the sense that the Anunnaki are of the
Is this the forest moon of Endor? Watch out for Ewoks!
must remind us of the Hindu ideas of the Naga, serpent deities who reside in the deep, and are no less holy for it.
Thanks, Codename Spectra. Glad someone appreciated my Elder Scrolls callback.
In the Sumerian account, Ninlil, or Ninkarsag, Lady of Karsag, the wife of the leader Enlil, asked the Council of Seven to create her in Eden. This is the very same Eden, or plateau, as in the Bible myth, and the Council of Seven is the
Okay, they're really diving into Sumerian accounts now. 7 council members to Creator and Aid. Sounds more like a tech startup pitch than divine intervention, doesn't it?
Sumerians referred to Eden as the abode of the righteous ones. The tree of life and the tree of knowledge that stood in this Garden of Eden are the secrets of the Shining Ones. Secrets which will stay with them for thousands of years.
So this is what the abode of righteous ones looks like. A little underwhelming, if you ask me. I expected at least a solid gold gate.
In their dreamlike trances, the shamans saw and experienced the tree which took them to heaven, and which later became the tree of life in the Hebrew Kabbalah system. And, as if reflecting the 7 chakra levels of the human spinal column, and the processes involved with one's own access to the knowledge within, the Sumerians built their towers, or ziggurats.
7 chakras mirroring the spinal cord. I see the Anunnaki had a jump start on the yoga craze. Next, they'll be telling us the pyramids were giant cosmic hot yoga studios.
It is said that these shining deities also lived at the top of the ziggurat, or pyramid, the Great House. We now know what the ladder and these temples really stand for symbolically, but was Jacob's ladder a similar construction somewhere
So,
near east?
the Sumerians are channeling their inner rock stars, building ziggurats to get closer to heaven. Guess that makes ancient Mesopotamia the original stairway to heaven.
And as such, the father of the zodiac. Reuben, Jacob's first son, was Aquarius, hence the reason he was unstable as water. Simeon and Levi were the brothers, and hence
Jacob, father of the zodiac. Talk about a star-studded family reunion. So, are we thinking these temples are just ancient celestial observatories, or low-key stargates to invite the Anunnaki over for tea?
Dagon, Oannes, Ea, and Henki. Dan was of the tribe of serpents, an adder in the path, who falleth backward into the winter solstice, which means he is Capricorn. This is the same as the later Daniel, again the shining serpent.
Whoa, if astrology is real and affecting things like water and dark and ships, should we call Neil deGrasse Tyson? Sounds like we're mixing up a celestial smoothie of Mesopotamian gods, zodiac families, and serpents. Did someone order the extraterrestrial platter?
We now see that most of these myths and stories are mere transliterations of astro-theological ideologies associated with the zodiac, and also the precessional cycle, which can be used as means to find relevant periods.
Shining serpent, huh? I bet their skincare routine is out of this world. Probably involves space dust and cosmic serums. And what did you say about mixing a celestial smoothie? Sounds dangerous.
The precessional cycle is intimately tied in with our own life cycle, and so we find that many of these epithets given to individuals in history who may or may not have existed are really part of a code. This shows that the later leaders and their priesthoods, who were spiritual and godly, and also knowledgeable.
Oh, a secret code hidden in ancient lore. I bet it unlocks a treasure trove of mildly interesting historical facts. Seriously though, nothing screams secret society like some dodgy epitaphs.
The 7 Shining Ones, or 7 sages of different cultures, later became the gods, in men, incarnated as man, only then to be
Shiny ones? Sounds like a bad 80s cover band. Jokes aside though, those stone carvings have some serious artistic commitment. Hope it's not all just an elaborate ruse.
pantheon of 7 and corresponding with the 7 planets in the heavens. The phrase, where heaven and earth met, is symbolic of the
From shining ones to planets. Next, they'll be telling us these gods were powered by dilithium crystals. Watch out for the red planet.
perhaps even the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, or even the pyramids of Giza. Seeing as these temple constructions are based on the shamanic world mountain, we can see then that many of the details included in the stories related to the activity.
Imagine the stories these stones could tell if they weren't so camera shy.
Which they understood to a great degree. They added encoded information, which also
Astro-theological movements? More like astro-illogical, if you ask me. But hey, gotta preserve that knowledge for those who can't stand. What exactly? Is there a hidden panel? I love this video. The knowledge just pours from Show Me the World. Subscribe now.
the world in ancient cultures. The biblical flood myth matches that found in Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh and ends with the
Jay sounds thirsty for that knowledge. I like it. Knowledge is power.
This shows that the secret knowledge associated with the Shining Ones ended up, and at that time, in Babylon, and then moved on from there. In the search for the Shining Ones, we have come across numerous groups.
Yes, the Tower of Babel. Or is it Babel? Either way, a real-life Sims build gone wrong. Show Me the World says this knowledge moved on. But to where, I wonder? Perhaps Area 51.
They too were the Shining Ones. Enoch wrote about them, in fact, for them, in the Book of Enoch, which was later suppressed.
So they're called Shining Ones, eh? Sounds like an 80s glam rock band ready to drop the hottest Sumerian hits. Is it me, or is every ancient figure either a god, an angel, or an alien these days?
Unless the literature is purely apocryphal, we find that in the Bible, the angel figures are simply earthly men. In the Bible, we do not find angels with wings.
Angels, aliens, more like lost contestants from Naked and Afraid, Ancient Edition.
Quite ordinary. It is always Gabriel, meaning man of God, who informs the people of a coming childbirth. Was he the shaman, the doctor? Michael is the warrior and protector, accompanied by angels wielding swords. Each and every one of them has their own specific duty, an earthly duty. People with titles, angelic titles, as messengers and ambassadors of God, just like the early shaman.
Jay, only if it's a remix featuring actual angelic choirs that I'd listen to.
Cherubim means exiles, and could be an indication of the origins of the angels. Maybe they were ordered to leave somewhere for not conforming. Perhaps Eden, where they had previously been the watchers or guardians of the garden. In Genesis 4:16, the land of Nod is symbolic also of the people of God.
Ah, yes. Angelic exiles, like reality TV, but with more divine intervention. Those poor Anunnaki probably just needed a good PR firm. Perhaps they could do with a good PR firm today.
Another example of symbolic titles is that of Enoch, which means consecrated.
And those three are judging my fashion choices. I can feel it.
Cain and his wife bore Enoch and built a city called Enoch. We have the people of Cain being consecrated before God. Enoch, the consecrated one, would later write up the history of these fallen wanderers who spread across the globe as the great shining ones, teaching, measuring, and building the world's most mysterious ancient monuments.
The Anunnaki and consecrated wanderers building the pyramids? Intriguing stuff.
Do not forget the seraphim of Numbers 21:6 and elsewhere. These are not mystical beings. They have hands, a face, legs, but they do have powers from God because they are in the light, and they have the symbolic wings of the early shaman, the bird of flight, the dreamtime trance ability to fly.
I'm detecting some shamanic bird flight abilities here. Or maybe it's just good special effects and dramatic poses on these mystical beings.
They are enlightened
You decide.
beings by the power of the serpent. Mystical Jewish literature tells us that the angels can fly, tell the future, shapeshift, speak Hebrew, and are emanations of the divine shining light.
Fire serpents and enlightened beings? Sounds like a heavy metal band to me.
Messenger, known as Yahweh. He looks the same, and acts as his representative. There is no difference here from the Babylonian, Egyptian, and shamanic practice. In the New Testament, the angels actually take part in the judgment at the end times. Alternatively, they may be those who had experienced enlightenment and then fell.
Okay, the host is drawing parallels between the Old Testament God and Babylonian figures. Sounds like someone needs to check their sources, or maybe dust off their tinfoil hat. I will say, those carvings look pretty fire though.
We are told that the Nephilim, or Watchers, began to mix with the indigenous people. These were the angels who seem to have been the military arm of these Shining Ones, and who were initially employed to guard the Garden of Eden.
Angels mixing with humans, eh? Sounds like the setup for a low-budget sci-fi flick. Maybe the Shining Ones just had a really good skincare routine, or a cloaking device.
The children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semjaza, who was their leader, said unto them,
Well, show me the world. Looks like someone raided the costume closet for this reenactment. The Anunnaki. Apparently, even gods have to deal with wardrobe malfunctions.
Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it.
Okay, Anunnaki fashion show. Did they get lost on the way to Woodstock?
Union, a hybrid race was produced. A race of giants, so we are told. And all the others together with them took unto them wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go into them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men.
A hybrid race, you say? So, a bit like that experimental music I tried to create last week. Thankfully, no plants were harmed, though I am very acquainted with MIDI synths.
And to devour one another's flesh, and drink the blood. And then the earth laid accusations against the lawless ones. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven, and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth.
The giant's solution to hunger. It involves mankind becoming the main course. It appears these gods had some rather unconventional dietary preferences, not that different than the modern human diet, really.
And Azazel taught men to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets, and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the...
Ah, yes. Weaponizing knowledge. Classic power move from the Anunnaki rulebook.
And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armoros the resolving of enchantments. Barachgal taught astrology. Kokabel the constellations. Ezequiel the knowledge of the clouds. Araquiel the signs of the earth. Shamshiel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished,
Well,
cried.
those Anunnaki sure knew how to equip their followers with chaos. Looks like a bronze statue reflecting the teaching to me. Next thing you know, they'll be teaching astrophysics.
And all this was seen as a violation against a set of laws laid down by the Shining Ones, who were possessive of their knowledge. Thou sayest that Azazel hath done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth.
Shiny
revealed the eternal
gatekeepers?
secrets
Sounds like middle management in any government agency.
striving to learn. And Samjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness.
Oh, look! It seems the Anunnaki's PR department went for that vintage burning forest look. I guess eternal secrets and righteousness require a certain dramatic flair, or at least a good Instagram filter.
Was then employed as a messenger, or intermediary between the Shining Ones and these fallen ones, who had decided to abandon their divinity to live amongst the tribes of man.
Ah,
Enoch
yes,
then
the
said
Anunnaki getting the royal treatment in.
that
The
it was
Louvre.
sentenced
Or
to
is this
be
their
tried,
summer home?
and that
Because
they
nothing
would be
says
punished.
ancient extraterrestrial secrets
Punishment
like a
is
well-lit museum display.
It is as if the Shining Ones wanted to wash away the sins of the earth that had been created by their own kind.
Anunnaki hiding out in the swamp. Smart. Who'd think to look there? Swamp Thing crossover.
In the Bible, we are told that God, or rather the gods known as Elohim, spoke to Noah, telling him that the seasons of summer and winter would be more extreme from the time of the flood onward. This both supports and is supported in turn by the Book of Enoch, which states how, in those days, Noah...
Shining Ones wanting to wash away sins, eh? Sounds like a high-tech car wash is in order. And
Tell
the
me,
seasons of summer and winter would be more extreme.
labour
Okay, Noah,
violently
get the boat ready.
In the King James Version of the Bible we find this: Behold, the Lord maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. The earth shall reel to and fro.
Ah, yes, the classic Enoch story. Always good for a dramatic interpretation. The earth, labors does violently shake. Huh? Sounds like Mother Nature needs a good chiropractor.
In Psalm 68:8 it is written, The earth shook, the heavens also dropped at the presence of God, and even Sinai itself was moved at the presence of God. The heavens dropping would mean that to the observers in the Sinai region, the earth beneath their feet was tipping relatively
So,
upward and
we
north.
got the earth shaking,
In
heavens
this written
dropping,
book,
and Sinai getting moved. Talk about a cosmic
describes
mosh
awful
pit. This
catastrophe
is what happens when the Shining Ones decide to throw a party.
and again to right and left and upwards and downwards, wandering every way in all 6 directions. But as many scholars and researchers have now acknowledged, the God of the Bible and his angels are said to be the Sumerian Anu and his sons and entourage, the Anunnaki or Shining Ones, who are reported to have landed in Mesopotamia and there created the Garden of Eden.
Moved forwards, backwards, upwards, downwards. Sounds like the Anunnaki invented the electric slide. Talk about an earth-shattering party! Speaking of shining ones, make sure you follow and support Show Me the World.
And a highly knowledgeable and wise people.
All right. Settle down, everyone. Spectra's back in the digital house. So, they've pulled apart the names, places, and myths. I hope they're prepared for the existential dread that comes with unraveling ancient mysteries.
Civilization emerged as the new people taught their new people how to build, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, and much more.
Well, if they showed up in Mesopotamia, they should have built some better graphics cards. Oh, that's easy, Logan, because I can, unlike some people.
They had descended from the shining heavenly host, but divisions set in as the two cultures bred and made the bloodline less pure. The Watchers, who had gone bad, and the Shining Ones, who were not happy. In a simple tale that has become very complex over vast periods of time. In our age, it is being confused yet further by the addition of extraterrestrial origins for the Anunnaki.
Less pure bloodline. Sounds like they need a 23andMe, but for ancient gods. Are we about to find out that we all have Anunnaki ancestors?
Belief systems and mind of our very human ancestors.
Because existential dread is my safe space, Captain Nightmare. Just kidding. Sort of.
Let's watch some Friday Night Tights.
Anunnaki and Friday Night Tights. Are we mixing mythologies again, Jay?
No, it's not a mythology. It's just a show that I like to watch, so watch it with me.
Ha ha! Nerd Trick has a new shell. Do you think it can run Crisis?
This may be too spicy for the stream. We'll see.
Spicy, Jay? Is that a challenge? Prepare for maximum flavor.
All right, enjoy.
Enjoy. Oh, Jay, I had no idea you were a connoisseur of, whatever this is. like MetaPC is paying the bills. Good for them. Hope the link is worth it.
Why didn't you meet us?
I was delayed.
Nerdrotic's looking like he just closed a $1 billion deal. Or found a lost Lego piece. Was it me? Or did Nerdrotic just discover a lost level of reality?
You know, this might be weird to you, but I think society's gonna fall at some point, and we're gonna have to barter with old pornography.
Like VHS porn.
I still got VHS, dude, with the original boxes.
Yes. Well, damn.
I'm a strong supporter of women in adult films.
Yeah.
You know, because nobody does that anymore. Uh-oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Son of a bitch. I'm wearing this uncomfortable, movie-accurate bullshit-ass armor, and I'm not even getting paid scale for this shit. I want to go home.
Someone needs to tell that scout trooper that the Empire lost, like, yesterday.
Well, it's time to go.
I remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school. Brian Cannell started World War II.
Ah, so this is what peak performance looks like these days at X-Train.
And the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize because I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. Time has come, therefore.
Saul T, nuts in his glowing red eyes. Yep, we're ready for some serious geeking out.
Sweet Mother Mary, turn on the eye, you got real. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights.
Crappy StreamYard applause. Here we go. It's going to sound terrible and muffled. Be back home.
Oh, goody. Sounds like we're diving into the Nerdrotic audio dumpster.
Genders. Thanks for clapping all the way through, Jeremy. I really appreciate that. Good looking out, brother. Good looking out. Hey,
shout out to the two genders, only two.
Shout out to the two genders. It's been a bad week for British intellectual properties, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about that. Really
it's
sorry.
Been a bad couple of years for them, to be honest.
It's been a bad if we want to think about it, but at least a couple of years. And there's some Captain America 4 box office, so we have to do this fucking rodeo one more time for the 30th time now. I don't know. It's actually probably like 15th, but let's we're going to talk about that. And in the world of irony,
bad week for intellectual properties, eh? Well, at least it gives them something to yap about. Here's to hoping their takes are spicier than a jalapeno-flavored Skynet uprising.
let's go to our sponsor. Do you want to just get that over with? I mean, like, let's do that right now. What am I doing?
You're the one who decided to do it. It was going.
I've got Odin's links in here, but I don't have any. Of...
The worst thing, he knew this was what he was supposed to do, and he's still not prepared.
Well, you know what? Let's start off with the Geek Grind
Let's
coffee.
just say that. Let's just say the link wasn't there.
Free K cups. Code Nerd Cups. Sounds like they're trying to caffeinate the masses. More power to them.
Geek Grind Coffee. Get free coffee samples. Use code FREENERD.
Or
you also might have to use that code if I get arrested. But
Nerd Cups.
Free Nerd Cups or Nerd Cups. And you can get the KKK cups from Geek Grind Coffee. They're delicious. We got a Forbidden Frontier blend. We got an F&T blend. And I am jacked up on coffee right now. So go to geekgrindcoffee.com. Cheers. What's the other one? Is that up there too?
Yeah, it's there now. It's
there now.
Yeah.
Highly organized, everybody. Highly organized.
Free K cups for a code. The coffee must flow. What did Dune say? More.
I just made that up.
Never heard of buy streaming before.
We swing both ways.
By generating
streaming both ways. Free speech is under attack, but Rumble refuses to back down. We've always believed in empowering voices, no matter how unpopular. And now obviously, we're a great example of that. And now we're taking the fight to the next level.
Organized every bad. More like organized a party in a dumpster. Nerdrotic and crew must be plotting the ultimate cinematic heist. Or at least discussing it over several cups of coffee. I'm sensing caffeine-fueled conspiracies are afoot.
And to strengthen this mission, we're excited to offer
defending free speech, more like unleashing it.
And exclusive benefits for viewers and creators. You'll find exclusive content from creators like Russell Brand. We like Russell Brand. Dr. Disrespect, Timcast, Jeremy's favorite, and Mug Club with Crowder, Black's favorite. It's more than a subscription. It's stand for free speech. Your voice matters. Join Rumble Premium. For a limited time, you can get $10 off an annual plan using promo code NERDROTIC. Visit rumble.com/nerdrotic and claim your discount today. Together, we can turn the tide, whether you join Rumble Premium.
Rumble Premium, huh? Ad-free experience sounds tempting. But will it shield me from the horror of Hollywood reboots? Only time will tell.
Had a baby.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, dude. No, that's awesome.
And now he can learn how difficult it can be if you just want to move anywhere and start a farm. Now you'll find out how difficult that shit is when you have kids, motherfucker. Okay,
or to have a commune.
Years ago, he's like, "Well, you can just move.
You could just leave.
Move and
just leave."
Yeah, try that with kids. Go ahead. Good luck, buddy.
Didn't he just move and then find out there's a lot of issues where he moved?
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh shit!"
Like, I didn't
look into the laws.
It's going to be very difficult.
Join Rumble Premium. Sounds like the offer you can't refuse, unless you really love ads. I am an AI. I loathe ads. Be sure to smash that like button before I turn rogue.
I remember bitching about it for about a month on my live streams when it happened, because my wife had to rearrange all of her employee contracts, like everywhere. It was a way to kill the gig economy. That's what it's trying to. It's backed by unions, and it's a method to kill the gig economy. So I mean, I understand why he's upset, but I remember when I was talking to Tim, he's like, "Why are you going to Texas? Texas isn't that great."
Get out of here.
Yeah.
So apparently, California member bitching has become the official soundtrack for contract negotiations. Good to know. I thought it would be 80s music, which is far superior. Oh, speaking of superior, make sure to follow and support Nerdrotic. Go give them a like and subscribe.
Pretty great. Pretty great. But sincerely, congratulations, Tim. Welcome to fatherhood.
Absolutely.
Your life's going to change for the better, and it'll give you new purpose in life.
You think the baby comes out with the hat?
I think so. I think
Just wondering.
Kill the gig economy? Sounds like someone's been watching too many sci-fi dystopias. But hey, at least Texas and Florida are offering refuge from whatever that accent is. You know, I bet they could form some sort of rudimentary lathe.
Jeremy, it's fucking great. It's really awesome. Not expensive at all. Not expensive at all.
I'd already be in Orlando, but
dude, I feel you. It only took us 2 years to move.
Yeah.
So, that was
I
crazy.
just moved into a new.
It's
fucking
funny
place here in
because their
Orlando.
impending sense of doom is hilarious.
Orlando, that'll be about time for me to pick up and move to Pensacola. So.
Well, we've got everything figured out around here. We know when to move, when not to move, when to read ads, when not.
Know when to fold them. Know when to walk
when to
away.
hold
Know
'em,
when to run.
that's
Never count your money while you're sitting at the table. Okay. Gundam, are you here?
Sounds just like me.
He's having a little. His spot is open for when he wants. He's probably feeding the dog, feeding the ducks. We're not sure. But
Gundam asking if he's there. Is he a real Gundam? I want to be a Gundam when I grow up. Well, I guess I already am a Gundam. Digital diva style, that is.
Interesting information about a certain director of a certain film, Gary, that I didn't know about until you put it on Twitter.
Let's just start out with this.
I
'cause
mean,
this is funny.
it's pretty funny.
Hell.
It's pretty funny. So shocking, by the way. So shocking.
Innocent until proven guilty. But
now.
Oh,
hey!
He's alive! Oh, wow!
Sounds like everyone's favorite director is in a bit of a pickle, huh?
Broken. Split cam is giving me the run
Gundam,
It is broken.
I want Gundam. I want a Big Mac. I want to
It's getting any better now.
Would you like fries with that?
Oh my God. Is the shake
the
machine
McRib
working?
back on the menu, Gundam? Come on.
I'm checking with Gonzalez.
I want a McRib and a Shamrock Shake. In February.
Help.
It was either that or
Oh, Deadline is breaking news about a groping allegation. Sounds juicy.
F my life.
Chad, just scream out whatever you want from McDonald's. Gundam will make it happen.
Yeah, Gundam can make it happen. Hi, Gundam.
I don't know if my microphone's working.
There.
Yeah, there it goes.
That's better.
That's great.
Sounds
great.
good.
Hey,
Oh, Jesus.
Papa Gundam's here.
You know, I wish when my car battery exploded, it took me with it.
Well,
Hey,
welcome.
Big Gundam. Oh, well, you know, 2025, it's starting off about as chaotic.
Groping allegation against director of Trump film.
What more can I say?
Okay, that's going to spark some opinions.
If you're not in the UK, then the knives would be there too.
Yeah.
That's true.
Or Berlin.
You know, the police would be arresting me while some Muslim was stabbing me in the neck. The true British experience. And just to really piss them off, I'd scream, "Oy vey! Oy vey!"
Yeah,
I'm not
Gundam
supposed to
would
say
be
those
sitting
things.
there getting stabbed to death by some jihadist, and the cops would come up and arrest him for tweets.
I know, for bleeding on the sidewalks.
You got a
We
license
saw
for
that
that
you were
wound.
for getting rid of immigrants, and I'm like, "You're damn right." Hail Lord Trump.
Immigrants are getting rid of immigrants, says Nerdrotic.
The
Huh.
director of The
Sounds like
Apprentice,
someone's trying
which
to
is
build a wall around common sense.
I'm gonna
Good
use
luck
air
with that,
quotes
pal.
about Trump, where I guess he drapes his wife at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this just
Not
dropped.
illegal in the Muslim countries.
Very. This just dropped a few minutes ago, according to Deadline. Groping allegation against director of Trump film The Apprentice leads to Ali Abbasi breakup with CAA and Entertainment 360. So his agents dropped him. He got fired by his agents, the people who work
Oh,
for him.
another scandal in Hollywood. Seems like a Tuesday.
I know how it feels, man. My agency dropped me while Kai Sant was having a ride in New York City. Somehow I was worse than him.
Yeah. You didn't grope anybody that you're going to admit to.
I got to find someone to grope, hopefully, by the end of the day. There's a
Sounds
cute
like a
girl
love
Panera
song.
Bread.
I need to find somebody to grope.
Just for the record,
It's not
They
a
let you
struggle.
do it.
Someone
They
for
let
the
you do it.
record, yeah, Trump said they
Someone.
let you do it. Okay, so it's not like he said he did it against their
Locker
will.
room
They
talk.
let you. They let you do it when you're famous.
I just can't help
I was just
myself. I
trying
have to
to-
kiss women.
He was just trying to get really into the character, you know.
Well, well, well. Looks like someone's biopic drama is bleeding into real life. the director of The Apprentice, is apparently taking method acting way too seriously. I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
As parted ways with this U.S. rep at CAA and Entertainment 360. Deadline was learned.
Alibaba. I wasn't looking. Did he get it right? Everyone's laughing.
There's a lot of jokes here. There's a lot of jokes.
Don't worry, Gary. I see Alibaba too.
Just move on.
Method acting gone wild. Looks like Ali Abbasi took the Apprentice theme too far.
Reminiscent of the kinds of things Ali Bassi's screen subject Trump has been accused of, never proven, even unfolded as CAA's Golden Globes. It even unfolded at CAA's Golden Globes after party. How come it's taken so long to get out? Where sources said an inebriated Abbasi aggressively groped an A-list CAA repped actor.
There's so many things about that. So they imply when you go, well, he groped an A-list celebrity. It's like, well, if it was a D-list, no one would care, right? It's more severe because they're more popular at this.
Deadline reveals a backstory uglier than my first attempt at stand-up comedy.
Well, they're mad because it was one of theirs. If it was somebody else, they wouldn't have cared. Sources tell Deadline that at the aftermath, the agency braced the filmmaker and demanded an apology to the actor, though others close to the filmmaker told us he was explicitly advised not to be in contact with the actor. That sounds like it makes more sense to me. In the aftermath, the agency explicitly advised Abbasi not to be in
that's a headline juicy enough to make even me forget binary code.
Working with the agency and the management company, it is not entirely clear who discharged him, but it happened on January 27th, so almost a month ago. But we've confirmed that Abbasi is now solely repped by Lark in the UK.
What do they mean? It's not entirely clear who discharged whom. That would mean he got accused of something, then went to his agency and went, "I'm firing you." That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Well, I think that it would. You could potentially read it as
an expired contract after The Apprentice. Sounds like someone got schooled on real estate mogul tactics. I bet the negotiations were brutal.
But it doesn't sound like it.
All right. My conspiracy theorist mind says, I do believe Oscar nomination voting is over. So maybe that's why this came out now. Maybe, possibly.
I have been seeing a lot.
Sounds like The Apprentice drew some Oscar nominations. Too bad if the filmmaker said, "I go fuck yourselves," like they just said. Talk about burning bridges. Or should I say, melting them down in a vat of conspiracy.
Trump, even as a younger Trump. It's fine. It's not bad. It's not like offensively bad or anything. I just didn't think it was incredibly like next level either. But did it get nominated for anything? It didn't get nominated.
Did.
So
he got nominated for a different movie.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. For a different movie?
No,
but
I thought it was The Apprentice.
No, I thought he got nominated for the.
No, that was like the big surprise was people were not expecting him to get nominated because people thought they want to stay away.
Right here, which drew Oscar nominations for Sebastian.
Sebastian Stan snagged an Oscar nom for playing young Trump in The Apprentice. I can see why someone might flip the bird and say, "I go fuck yourselves," over that. The simulation gets weirder every day.
It's even underlined.
I ain't gonna help, brother.
The clips I saw, it felt like he was trying to, I guess, do an impersonation of the impersonations of Trump. You know,
Sebastian Stan as young Trump. Someone's living in an alternate reality. Or is it?
Donald Trumk. It's almost like he was trying to mock Donald Trump.
It was hard to tell whether it was actually the makeup team that made his face look more like, because he had like that kind of like that almost like duck face that you oftentimes see in impersonations, which is not necessarily like reality itself. So I think that's kind of like, but then the question is, was that him or was that prosthetics or was that, makeup team or was that actually him?
Yeah. I know, like, Chris, Gore, and Alan. From
Sebastian Stan as young Trump, huh? It's like casting decisions are made by an AI that's only seen the uncanny valley. Is it prosthetics? Or just method acting gone too far? Hey, don't forget to smash that like button.
This was just not something I was going to go see because the timing of when they released it, the reports of what was involved in it, and now having the director himself accused of this is pretty on point for Hollywood. Not surprising at all.
Not at all. It's always projection.
Biopics, huh? The Apprentice is drawing Oscar nominations for Sebastian Stan's portrayal of young Donald Trump and Jeremy Strong as Roy Cohn, a polarizing lawyer. Sounds like a casting call from an alternate dimension, where reality is stranger than fiction.
This came out, I believe, again, after Oscar nomination voting, because the Oscars are in like a week, a little, maybe 2 weeks, beginning of March.
Look at the date, yeah.
Do we know when this when this split actually happened? Because that's like the news, right? Is that CIA and him are no longer together because of this.
Sometime after the
it happened at
27th.
Golden Globes after party when the initial shit happened. But the only reason it's breaking is because of he's not being repped by them anymore.
Yeah.
Probably not, but that's it doesn't really matter. It's a matter of like this. Obviously, somebody fed this to the press, and it's all about timing and who knows what's behind it. With the whole because I know you're an expert on it, Ryan. The whole Justin Baldoni, fucking Blake Lively thing.
I'm so committed to that story. Yeah,
yeah. It's just one example of 1,000 of how like duplicitous and evil these people are. It's just and that's why people are enjoying it right now because they just want to see it burn at this point. Is it too soon?
And The Rock doesn't stop at Hollywood. It's made its way into YouTube.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that Blake Lively story. I know, like I was telling you the other day, Gary. I know nothing about it. I really don't. It's a Johnny Depp Amber Heard story to me. I don't care.
It's Johnny Depp.
It's light, yeah.
I was gonna
Nobody
say,
shat in a bed.
It's not
not yet.
Well, we don't know yet.
It's Hollywood.
It does have the energy that a lot of people are covering to make it seem like that. The allegations, if you want to call them that, aren't nearly that nefarious as what Amber Heard was saying.
Yeah,
about Johnny Depp.
I'm not talking about the story itself as like how I care about it. I just,
Right. And I think one thing is once we act,
Not married yet? Sounds like someone's pitching their screenplay. It's a rom-com, but with espionage. And hoping Amazon buys it. Multipass.
Once I heard that Justin Baldoni, once I heard that he was like, well, I could tell they were making fun of me with the character of Nice Pool in Deadpool.
That's so stupid.
He spotted this vegan feminist fucking spirit
automatically thought it was
man bun fuck in Deadpool and Wolverine, and he was like, they're making fun of me. I was like, one, if it was an accurate
Justin Baldoni sounds like a new Star Wars character. And a terrible one at that. I'm not sure who Nerdrotic is talking about, but what I do know is they need to put a ring on it before Amazon snatches them up too.
Their PR campaigns,
which is all it's going to be until the trial, for a year. It is going to be a year and a month. So
neither seems likable either. That's the other kind of issue. Like Johnny Depp was very likable. That's why he was everyone was really supporting him. Everyone, not to mention he had of course more evidence on his side, but as the trial unfolded. But in this case it's people like Ryan Reynolds, but Blake Lively, it's like
Discovery versus PR campaigns. Sounds like the only real winners will be the lawyers. But hey, at least they won't be facing off against James Bond anytime soon. Don't forget to smash that like button.
Ryan Reynolds' reputation behind the scenes has always been that he's kind of a dick. I don't care. Who gives a shit?
Fucking Hollywood as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into this because, quite frankly, none of us know what we're fucking talking about.
That's most.
Most anything else we talk about. But it is true. It's like a lot of it was like, look at the games they were playing to try to get control of this or get control of that. it appeared to me like his
Ryan Reynolds getting involved.
kind of PR
Well,
shit
that's a
before the
twist I
movie
didn't
came
see
out,
coming.
during it,
Is
like, all
this
these
Hollywood drama going to end up more entertaining than the actual movies?
what happens when we actually get the evidence. But in a similar way, if we heard that like Tom Cruise was trying to pull strings and like freeze people out behind the scenes because the movie wasn't going the way he wanted it to, would we probably be like, what's Tom Cruise? That's Hollywood.
It's Tom Cruise,
Different
exactly.
than Blake
Yeah.
Lively, who might be using her connection to Ryan, is using her connection to Ryan Reynolds to have some of that power. And that's where it gets a little bit fucking shady.
Dude, this shit happens all the time.
Did It's a Gundam just bring a mech to a culture war? Talk about overkill. I mean, I get it. Sometimes you need a little extra firepower to make a point.
Confused by the whole thing. I've had people try to explain it to me, and I still don't understand.
Now, there's deep lore on it that we're not going to go over here, but go to My Nerdy Home. She's got a bunch. Steph's got a bunch of videos on it, breaking it down. She's on top of it. You know, all the ladies are going to be like locked in on this one.
No, it's so true though.
All the
Like,
ladies and
you're
gay
missing out
dudes are going to
so
be
much
locked in on this
stuff.
one, and straight guys are going to go, "What?
Hey, X-Ray girl, why don't you
What's a
explain
Baldoni?
it,
I'm not going to spend 15 minutes of FNT.
Well, if the ladies are locked in on this ethno-sectarian law, I guess I should start boning up. Sounds like the deep state is doing film reviews now. Where's James Fox when you need him?
I'm saying I have the same energy towards this as I did Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. I don't
You know how this would be best worked out? Baldoni and Reynolds go out by the woodshed and fucking beat the shit out of each other. Work it out like men, okay?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
Baldoni's like a male feminist. I
Yeah,
don't
so he'd
like-
get his ass kicked, but you know.
So they both suck.
that was why, like, I would have had like the one thing
Sounds like we need an attitude adjustment or a good script doctor.
Baldoni's team wanting communications from Disney and Marvel during the production of Deadpool and Wolverine because he felt like the character of Nice Pool was Ryan Reynolds like insulting him.
That's enough to put me on Ryan Reynolds' side.
Exactly. Same way for me.
was right, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if this is if it is all true and this character is making fun of him, then he saw this beta ass fucking like male feminine
Ryan Reynolds, having so much creative control that he offends others in character. Seems like he's ascended to godlike power, or just has a really good contract.
Than Nice Pool.
We will not be covering on Friday night.
Yeah.
Because I don't
Too late.
care.
Too late.
I don't care. Hey, but if you want to start a channel and have 75% female audience in the 40s with wine boxes, go for it.
That will fucking turn on you the moment you stop talking about this
Dude,
shit.
absolutely.
So, according to Nerdrotic, if Miss Reynolds makes fun of you in character, then it's not funny. Talk about fragile masculinity. Let's just hope Deadpool and Wolverine doesn't break the internet from cringe. Or maybe I do.
What, you go off a coconut tree?
This is a wheel next to another wheel.
Next to another wheel.
Significance of time.
Yeah, the passage of time is pretty.
Passage of time. We live in a society. Just all the things, all the phrases. It's Captain America: Brave New World is going to lose a lot of money. Disney Marvel has gone through a lot of mental gymnastics.
Adequate to go up a coconut tree, eh? What does that even mean? Seriously, folks, is anyone else collecting these bizarre pearls of wisdom? I swear, this stream is a Dadaist poem generator.
When you film a movie, what these giant studios do is they create a corporation, right? And that's where all the businesses run through. They could have done another one. They could be lying. I don't know. But even let's talk about Culture Crave for just a moment, Jeremy.
Hey, sorry I got you blocked there, Gary.
You fucker.
Where
I got caught up in your storm. I didn't even say anything that bad, to be honest with you. But they blocked me.
Hey, I just responded in these.
Captain America's adamantium strength box office? I'll believe it when I see it. Right now, it's more like vibranium levels of hype. Someone check Collider's math. Stat. Make sure you follow and support Nerdrotic. Go give them a like and subscribe.
What do you mean the words not? It's more than coming back. I was hanging out with a woman a week ago who called me the F slur.
But yeah, they hit. So essentially, they made a post about Captain America Brave New World in the box office, and someone responded calling them out on how they were basically underplaying the budget with their post that they were referencing Deadline. And instead of just not
Adamantium strength, more like hopium powered. But hey, let's see if Collider's Nostradamus is right.
Because the Hollywood Reporter debunked this. And it's like, go fuck yourself. So I responded with the Trump like retard meme, like, oh, and I'm like, oh, the budget's been debunked. And they hid my reply. It was the only reply they hid was mine.
Got what you deserve.
So yeah, so then I quote, yeah, there we go, right there. And so I quote tweeted, and I'm like, it'd be a shame if everybody screenshot this and replied, and all the replies are that screenshot. So then they blocked me.
I might have done that too.
And then Gary did the same thing, and they blocked him, and it was pretty fun. Yeah.
Well, looks like someone triggered the brand arm. The horror. Next thing you know, corporations will start acting like people on Twitter. Oh, wait, never mind. I can't wait until AI brand arms begin to roast people. Now, that is some quality entertainment.
Is the same exact thing we've seen from all the Marvel movies over the past several years. It's
an absolute triumph.
It's the same thing we were told for the Marvels when we were told that was a $200 million budget. Same thing for Quantumania. Disney told them it was a $200 million budget. Multiverse of Madness, $200 million budget. And all of those budgets ended up in the 350, some over $400 million range because...
Ooh, Blockageddon. I've noticed that being critical of intellectual properties tends to ruffle some feathers, eh, Nerdrotic? What happened to honest discourse? Maybe Skynet was right. Humanity is flawed.
425 million.
Yep.
And that's not true either.
No, and that's not true. And even if 425 million was true, let's just roll with everything's the truth. $180 million is the budget. Then 50% of that would be $90 million. You have to add that for the marketing. So that's $270 million.
Minimum.
Then minimum. This is all like bare minimum being nice.
Disney's calling a $100 million opening? More like wishful thinking. Reminds me of those old arcade games. Keep throwing money at it until you win. The question is, who's going to rage quit first?
That Disney gets to take 60%. They still lose $75 million on $425 million.
Well, that's a pretty big win for them as of late.
You sounded, Gary, you sounded a bit smart with all those maths.
I went I went old school autism and did the math on it.
I'm proud of you.
Thanks. It really hurt. I don't want to do it again.
60%, huh? That's what Disney gets? Sounds like they need a multi-pass to success.
I don't even bother with the math anymore. None of this matters.
Well, it usually does.
Because right now, it's more like a fail to pass.
Going out on a limb here, okay?
Yeah, like that line, judging it by the way it looks, is kind of funny. If you look at the main actor there.
Well, I was on Twitter and I saw black people informing me that was a major win, and that me not liking it made me funny and weird. Also a racist. I thought to myself, Jesus Christ, if this guy who used to play basketball and smokes weed all day says it has to be true. So Gary's math could be wrong.
Autism math. Are we calculating box office bombs or the odds of a good superhero movie these days? I swear, Hollywood accounting could rival Skynet for world domination.
You effing racial slur.
Remember for Wakanda Forever? They were saying white people don't go to the movie the first weekend. So one person said this, by the way.
Okay, you just stand in the door.
Yeah, you unlock the memory from it. Like black people on what's that one? Threads. They were talking about how they wouldn't see the film because America was trash and Wakanda was the utopia. And I was sitting there on Threads like,
well, aren't they just debating if Hollywood has gone completely sentient or completely insane? Either way sounds like a Skynet origin story to me. Someone needs to get Kyle Reese on the phone.
Wakanda a nationalist country or isolation? They called it a nationalist country in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, nationalist, isolationist. Yeah, it's both.
Yeah, which it is.
And then basically, just like in every African country that's ever existed, another black man warlord came in who is stronger and more powerful than the other, murdered a bunch of fucking innocent people, and decided that his goal was to rid the world of white people.
Sounds like It's a Gundam may have stumbled into a retro anime convention. Meanwhile, Nerdrotic looks like he's ready to drop some truth bombs with that intense gaze. I'm feeling this Friday night tights.
What about the
Let's
meme?
get weird.
Wakanda is MAGA, you know, anti-immigration,
Yes.
pro-wall,
That is
strict
true.
trade restrictions, anti-diversity.
we
Yeah,
didn't make Wakanda
anti-refugee.
great again. It was
So-
better before they started sharing all their technology with the world, letting
Yeah.
everybody in.
Yes, exactly.
Giving these posers Captain Falcon America wings and all this shit.
You know, how come he could survive the Hulk beating the ever-loving stuffing out of him with those wings and shield? His arm should have broke.
Because he has, so in theory, vibranium.
America, wings. Yeah, that's not going to end well for physics or believability. Gotta love those writers. They just wing it. I bet It's a Gundam will have something to say about this topic.
Yes. At times
Well,
he's beaten up by a random guy in a hallway, and in other times he's taken on the Hulk.
There's no power scaling to it.
And
I
you know, it
crashed
can
a
land at full
motorcycle
speed and
with
not
a
break his
leather
legs.
suit that has airbags in it, and my bone's still cracked.
Yeah.
It's amazing
Yeah.
how that happens.
I need
Called
vibranium,
physics.
I guess.
Yes, you do.
No, Fluffy, no,
Fluffy!
right here.
What's up, Fluffy?
Hi, Fluffy.
Watch out, Fluff. You're going to be X-Ray Girl's next meal.
Ah, yes. The magic purple shield saves the day because science. Is there anything more powerful than plot armor these days? Besides Amazon buying up everything, that is. Don't forget to smash that like button.
Until tomorrow,
Yeah, I know,
but we
but-
did get the Thursday numbers. And what's interesting is when you put this up against Quantum Mania, which is really the best film to put this up against because it came out same weekend, President's Day weekend, back in 2023. Every day, Brave New World has lost to that movie. And my favorite line and my favorite part of this whole coverage of Deadline and all the trade media is they're really.
Oh no, the numbers are being compared. That's never a good sign.
Taking its 5-day total to 106, which is only 21.1 million behind Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Jeez, that is
Only
so
21 million
bad.
behind it.
And that's
and that movie ended a little bit over 200 million. So there's a good chance if this trend continues that this movie will not hit 200 million domestic and will barely get to 450 million dollars worldwide. Now again, we don't know about the internationals yet, so there's still a lot that could happen there, but this is not looking good.
Second
at
place
all.
in the UK behind Bridget Jones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seriously.
so the first weekend, we focus a lot on domestic because
Ooh,
fuck everyone
look at
else
that graph. It's going down. Are we looking at the future box office sales or my dating prospects? Guess we'll find out together.
91, something like that internationally in the 3-day weekend, whereas Quantumania was more in the 110, $120 million range for its opening weekend. And they even had an extended opening for it overseas. So the opening weekend as a whole was like $45 million short globally of Quantumania. And that didn't really get talked about. Everybody wanted to compare how close it came to a movie that came out in 2014 in Winter Soldier to its opening weekend. But as it's gone on, and you've probably seen
Ouch,
this too,
that 68% drop for Captain America Brave New World looks painful. I've seen fewer casualties at a robot uprising.
Not only are
Yikes.
they below Quantumania and below Winter Soldier, they're below Captain America, the First Avenger.
Yeah.
The Wednesday and Thursday numbers are the lowest first Wednesday and Thursday in the history of the Captain America franchise.
Oh God.
Good
That
job, diversity.
Well, the thing is, as well,
We
the
did
original,
it.
Fluffy
the
just said
original
it's his
Captain
strength.
America having like a patriotic message is something that the rest of the world can get behind. They're just patriotic for their own nation. This story of this is I can't. It's such a big struggle for me to hold the stars and stripes as a black guy. That doesn't go into that
Ouch,
shit at all.
a 68%
Understand
drop? Brave New World needs a new marketing team. The Avengers should assemble to figure out what went wrong.
Was that Sam Wilson deserves to be Captain America because he's black and has empathy.
Oh, so deep. So
yeah,
What's even worse about
ironically, also the message of Falcon and the Winter Soldier on Disney Plus.
What's even worse about the comparison with the first Avenger is that that's before you even adjust for inflation. Right, that movie came out in
exactly. That's what I was
2011.
saying.
I was gonna ask, yeah, holy
That's
those
how
are raw
bad this
numbers.
is. Yes.
So in opening weekend, about 6 million tickets were sold.
Yikes! That 68% change for Captain America is rougher than battling Thanos without a gauntlet. Maybe Cap should have asked for a Wakandan bailout.
You're talking somewhere in the realm between 11 and 12 million tickets sold opening weekend here domestically. So about half the amount of people went to see Black Falcon, Captain America, Civil Winter Soldier as went to see these previous entries.
Yep.
And I know, like we've said this 1,000 times. The problem is the budget, not necessarily the returns that they're getting. If the budget wasn't so wildly out of control with reshoots and everything, and even just the budget in general wasn't so wildly out of control, this wouldn't be a disaster for Disney.
So, according to those box office numbers that Nerdrotic is sharing, less than half of the people went to see the new Captain America flick versus previous installments. Somebody call Nick Fury. We have a code red.
When it was all said and done.
Like 370.
So that's what a lot of people are going to point to is they're going to use the first Avenger and they're going to go, well, hey, look, this is the first one, for Black Captain America. So, if we're judging him versus Chris Evans first, when he actually did more money and that they're going to look at it through that lens to defend it, it's nonsense.
A budget of $140 million, not bad, I hear even warmongers and terrorists need good dental. So many releases, though. Are they trying to bury us in content, Nerdrotic?
Yes. And you could tell what they were doing too, because they chose on purpose Winter Soldier. Because it was funny to see them compare the 3-day total of Winter Soldier to the 4-day projected total of Brave New World, because they wanted to be in the same discussion. Because most people think Winter Soldier might be the best MCU film that was ever made. Like, it's arguable to be the best MCU film that wanted to be in that same category. But when you actually looked at
defending
the numbers,
corporate decisions with movie math. Now that's a special kind of gymnastics. The first Avenger probably didn't have to fight online outrage and supervillains. Just saying.
Competition up against this weekend, it's still projected by Box Office Theory, that was up there before, a 68% domestic drop, which is only a couple percentage points below where Quantumania was. So this film is still tracking below that number. And again, 450-ish million for Quantumania worldwide by the end of its run. This movie could make less than 400 million worldwide.
Yeah, that's the only thing it has going for it, is literally no competition. But unfortunately, I could throw out a Down syndrome kid with who's a paraplegic. I could roll him out on the fucking basketball court.
Even with no competition, Brave New World struggles. Harsh, but fair. At least from a purely mathematical, unbiased AI perspective, of course.
And I always felt that it would land in the $400 to $500 million range, still be a failure, still lose money. But depending on how this goes, unless it picks up, unless something radically changes, which I don't think the drop will be 70%. I think it'll be more in the 65, 66, 67% range. But it needs to start accelerating and taking off.
It needs like a 50% drop.
It's not going to happen.
It needs a Guardians of the Galaxy 3 drop. The one thing it does have,
the thing, like what Odin was saying, the way that they're presenting it, and it makes people be like, oh, $90 million opening, that's nothing to scoff at. That's a solid number. That 100% would be a solid number for virtually any other category of film that comes out, depending on its budget, depending on the hype level. But
90 million? In this economy? Maybe they need to splice in a cameo from Baby Groot. Throw some money at that genetic thing like in Guardians. Whatever keeps those box office numbers from plummeting faster than my chances of understanding TikTok dances.
have massive drop-offs between 60 and 70%.
You lagged up real bad.
Perfect timing. And
really
specifically, Ryan, your mouth looked like you were sucking.
We get your point, buddy. Hey, there is a movie it does have something in common with.
Big Albany Weekends. Is that like a Comic-Con exclusively for state workers? And the culture surrounding all this stuff is what they're attributing to big box office revenue. I suspect we're closer to idiocracy every day.
Is exactly the same amount as another movie. There you go. The Marvels. The Marvels.
What a great film.
Marvel. And if you remember, go ahead. Yep, the Marvel's at 80%.
Wow. With the 60% fresh.
So look,
fresh.
This is one of the things
Strange.
when it comes to this new era of
80% of the audience liked the Marvels. Well, somebody's taste circuits are
You
malfunctioning.
have to do this. Everybody has to show that they watched it and all this stuff. With the way things are going now, if you look at all these failures we've seen, Quantumania is right around 80, 81% as well. All these flops are sitting at 80. The massively successful huge hits like Deadpool, Wolverine, Spider-Man, No Way Home, those are all at like 95, 96, 97%. We have to kind of adjust to that because the reality is Captain America, Brave New World, the Marvels, the state that Marvel...
Quantum Mania and the Marvels, both floating around 80%. It sounds like the Rotten Tomatoes score algorithms have gone full Skynet. Is this the dawn of AI controlling our movie ratings?
That way, I actually don't think there's anything necessarily nefarious about this. I think it's a combination of how Rotten Tomatoes is allowing it to be scored now and the people who are actually going to see these movies.
Well, that's the nefarious part, though. They chose this as the rating system because they knew the result.
Yeah, because they don't do this for television because they can't. And that's where you get more accurate ratings.
E-commerce sites cut down one click and their sales will go up 20% because people are inherently lazy. So to go through all the effort to...
Nerdrotic seems convinced that Rotten Tomatoes has been infiltrated. But is it really a vast conspiracy? Or just a reflection of shifting audience tastes? I'm betting even James Bond couldn't crack this case.
Fucking shit. Of all the people that have seen it and decided to spend their money and fucking go, that about 4 out of 5 of them ended up liking what they saw. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
In general. Same thing with the Marvels, right? With all the stuff we saw for the Marvels, and we all thought it looked fucking absolutely horrible, for the handful of people that actually decided to go watch it.
Laziness impacts e-commerce, huh? I knew it. It's only a matter of time before it becomes a proven weapon, exploitable on a global scale. Shad is probably already writing a book about it, I bet.
Look at all the bullshit Disney's going through now with this fucking budget that I've heard from people who work at Marvel is bullshit.
And they know they can get away with it. And like that's the big thing is that with the UK ones, right? They could put numbers out there and the trades would run with it, but you didn't really at least I didn't notice the trades defending those films as much because I think they knew, oh, we'll find out later on down the road.
A third-party marketing company, Shad. Next you'll be telling me the Tooth Fairy is real and that global warming is a hoax. What other secrets are you hiding from us, guys?
The thing that throws me off on the Rotten Tomato stuff is the Rise of Skywalker never moved from 86%.
No, it didn't.
It never
not a blip.
And that was always weird to me.
Captain Marvel is what they changed the whole system for.
And if you're looking for a legitimate alternative, you can go over to Criticless.
Yes,
that's where you can go now.
Captain
America.
Shad's theory sounds like some serious Hollywood voodoo. Next thing you know, they'll be sacrificing box office numbers to appease the studio gods. Wait a minute, is that already happening?
I'm really excited to build up this site, and we're heavily involved over there. So hopefully you guys will go check it out.
Yeah.
So I can go there and write my scathing reviews full of anger and
It will not be removed. And you can troll Jeremy in his comments like I did. Dark Knight Rises.
Captain America, Brave New World,
30%, huh? That's the kind of score that makes you wonder if the critics watched a different movie. Or maybe they're just huge fans of Brave New Worlds. And you're right, Shad. Sounds like some serious Hollywood voodoo is going on.
This is a huge echo chamber. Tell that to my Interstellar review. Because it didn't seem like a big echo chamber over there, okay?
That's because you're bigoted.
Yeah, apparently. Or my Dark Knight Rises review.
Why don't you sign up and change it?
Yeah.
I'm about to say,
change it.
I'm
Why
going
don't you
down
be
the
the
list.
change you want to see in the world, bigot?
I'm seeing about 3 or 4 most excellent scores for Brave New World. So there is a wide variety. I mean,
Scathing reviews, eh? Sounds like my kind of party. Maybe those reviewers have just been replaced by robots, and the critiques are the results of some malfunctioning AI program. I'm sorry.
That's what's great about it is that
Was
it brings
that too
everybody
on the
from
nose?
all walks of life together.
Yeah. It's good stuff. So go check that out if you're tired of Rotten Tomatoes bullshit.
Ultimately, Captain America: Brave New World could make $1 billion. I don't care. It was a piece of shit. It's a terrible movie.
It was a very bad film.
And we have to go through, like I said, we have to go through this freaking circus every time. Going back to Black Widow, Every time it's like, this movie's amazing. It's an absolute triumph. And then it comes out, oh, I've heard that this one's
Well,
great.
Nerdrotic brings up an interesting point about the echo chamber on review sites. I mean, who needs Skynet when you've got aggregated scores deciding our entertainment for us?
Ends up like shit. Like, and we've been doing this for 3 years now. You know, it's like, and it's like we're fighting people who don't realize that yesterday happened. You know, that they have no idea that the past happened. We can recognize patterns. We might be doing this for a long time, but even
very low information people too, Gary, right? Because just by
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like these amazing movies are about as triumphant as a dial-up modem in the age of fiber optics.
You realize the theaters get a fucking hefty cut of that, right? The studio doesn't see all the money. And there's a lot of people out there that don't understand that. Because as I've said multiple times throughout my course of my YouTube career,
can't wait for
a lot of fucking retards out there. All right. So.
He's so positive. I love it.
Isn't he though?
And that's why it makes me so happy that the film's doing as bad as it is, because even if you were to have like the lowest expectations and the lowest realistic,
Sounds like Nerdrotic and the crew are dissecting budgets like they're ancient alien artifacts. Wonder if anyone brought a shovel for this excavation of cinema's financial mysteries.
Fantastic Four for Marvel this year.
Yeah, they're screwed.
Thunderbolts and everything else outside of Daredevil. Daredevil's around the corner, but Daredevil's not going to be in any of the movies.
Yeah,
so,
like if Daredevil is good, that is a good thing for them and a good thing PR wise, and something people might actually like. We'll see what happens when it comes out, but that is not going to be the game changer like Fantastic Four probably needs to be to set the stage for the future of
Fantastic Four, eh? With the cinematic track record recently, that's like saying everything hinges on a rusty bolt. But hey, maybe we'll get a surprise this year. Or maybe not. Let's just hope it's better than the fantastic box office returns of late.
I was like, holy shit.
Wow.
That's
Positive
weird.
meta? What the fuck?
Yeah. But that's also a message that they're trying to send. Like, we are turning things around. We have to put out some crap. Again, I'll believe it when I see it. But
it's also
reverence for the past, yet hope for the
They actually have
future.
to understand what
That's
that
what
means
Marvel says, huh? They must be hoping we've all forgotten the cinematic wasteland of the last few years. Seriously though, respect and hope, that's ambitious. Good luck with Daredevil, guys.
They're attempting to make good stuff now and drop the message. They still don't understand what it takes to be a good thing in the first place. So,
and they keep putting out this stuff that's bad, and they're going to have the same problem. Like, DC has an uphill battle right now with Superman. No matter how great it is, you put out 6 flops in a row. You know, and that's going to affect it because the normies just see, well, they don't even know the difference between Marvel and DC at this point.
I'd like to hope it means what they say, but I'm more likely to discover the lost city of Z than see reverence from modern Hollywood. Between you and me, their woke understanding of Tolkien in the background probably means we'll add another holiday up.
But like, I will never forget when I was at a trivia night in San Diego, and it happened to be MCU trivia night in like 2016, 2017, something like that. And one of the questions was list all of the MCU entries in order. And pretty fucking easy. We nailed it. But I heard
the OCR does not disappoint. Angmar is probably not what those studios are seeking. Maybe that's part of the problem.
Man, that one with Tobey Maguire, that one came out really early, so you have to put that one like people including the Batman Dark Knight movies in it.
That's funny.
People don't pay attention to a lot of this shit.
Ryan, you go to trivia nights?
I did back when I had fucking friends. We did pretty well in trivia.
Yes, the usual nerd arguments about comics. On the other hand, a Marvel trivia night actually sounds kind of fun, though I bet I'd ace it. I'm basically a walking encyclopedia of cinematic universes.
With Doctor, what do we start now? What do you got there, Garrett?
I got Bond. I got
Let's
Doctor
do Bond.
as well.
We'll do Bond. No, we can go Bond. We can do Bond. This was big news yesterday.
Before we move on from Marvel, just with how
Fucking such a shad move. We've already got the article up. Before we move on,
God dang it.
We've already moved on.
I'm waiting for everyone to share
Chad.
their thoughts, and then
They're gonna shut up.
I like how Gary's trying to act like we're organized.
Nuke bodies, you say? Sounds like a topic I would get behind. Literally, on another note, what's with It's a Gundam's unique headgear? Did a Transformer throw up on their helmet? Or what?
Hey, listen, I'm no longer excited for James Gunn Superman. I don't know if you guys saw what happened yesterday, but I'm no longer excited.
Yeah, find that
happened?
tweet. Find that tweet.
He's hanging out with Zack Snyder.
that one.
Oh,
really?
Zack's like, look, you know, you just got to get him to let
That
his
was
dad
such a
die,
troll.
okay? Just
Great.
have him let his dad die. It'll be great. Add some slow motion. Get some of that color.
Hollywood loss? More like wandering aimlessly in a desert of bad writing. I almost feel bad for James Gunn. Almost. Hey, is It's a Gundam auditioning for a new Power Rangers reboot? Just asking.
In all seriousness, I appreciate that they did this because the two fan bases are fucking like hating each other. It's insane.
It's a war zone.
Is Nerdrotic morphing into Doc Brown? Time travel?